Stable coins.
Good morning, Colt.
Coins are the most important aspect
So
of
we're here.
blockchain.
I don't know how to simulcast this stuff yet, but we're just going to sit here and watch.
You managed to get any? I know that there's a few of the
getting the studio set up.
Pre-appointed guardians that are fairly.
Things have been crazy, but I'm mad.
Like
let's listen.
Manu. Obviously, David Hoffman's not dead, but he sort of knows his way around. And sort of some of the others like that. And if you had a chance to speak to them or like try and get in touch with maybe like MakerDAO for like see if like you could get DAI on the chain, that would be probably the most decentralized one.
Our meditation seat.
Anyway.
It's 27 pounds of selenite.
Yeah, it's definitely something we've thought about. I've spoken to Oren a few times, Oren McMillan, about it, who's I can't remember, he's the founder of He Just Works at Gnosis, but yeah. And there's a few, we've got a group with a few of the big brain guardians, like Chris Jones as well. So we definitely want to reach out to that kind of proper Ethereum maxi kind of, the people that have been around for a while and building a lot of stuff. And I think ETH Denver will be a good opportunity for us to talk directly with those people. And I think that's happening next year, early next year. Hopefully around a similar time that we can start, we start making some serious progress and maybe having a launch date in sight. But it would be good for us to, talk directly with a lot of these big names in the Ethereum community and see if we can onboard a lot of those.
I met someone from Lido when I was in Lisbon at the Solana event. See if we can get Lido Cold Chain. We call it what do they call it? It's STE. You could get like CTE or BT Sol or whatever. One thing I was going to say, I've literally lost it from my head now. That was it. I know that the speculation. Well, I know that the confirmation is that the plan is to try and launch it in Q1. The speculation is that's what's going to be on the 1 year anniversary that's been talked about. I think I saw in fact, one of the team at Vent shared something that I also saw, which I thought was absolutely mental, was I think on Sunday, PancakeSwap across the whole thing had only $250,000 of volume in 24 hours, which is like literally awful. Like I didn't think that would be possible. Is there a certain sort of time? Is the timing just as soon as it's out, it's going to launch? Or, I mean, I know exactly what communities are like. If you say that you're planning on doing, even if you give it 20 caveats that you don't want to launch in the bad market, or if it's not ready, you're not going to launch it, you still get tons of grief. But considering that you want to have eyeballs on it, if the market is in the same sort of low volume, everybody's so scared that it is now, will you push that back a bit, or what's the plan there?
It's not something I've given too much thought to at this stage. I think everyone has to be aware that, of course, we give estimations on, like the estimated time we've given, which was around Q1. That is that's when we expect mainnet to be available and able to be pushed. But by no means are we saying it's going to be out then, because, like you said, you don't want to be launching into a market where there's absolutely zero volume and no incentive for people to build things and take the cost of developing projects for a chain that's brand new and they're not sure what's happening with Ethereum and all of that, even the mega caps and things. So although we obviously want to give people what they want and give it to them as soon as we can, there's we won't give any sort of true confirmation until much, much, much closer to the time.
Fair enough. I'm sure that I'm sure it still won't save you from all of the wins. But yeah, you mentioned Eve Denver. Before I pass over to Alpha Harry, give us your encompassing Alpha.
I've still got questions for you yet, Dom.
Oh, crikey. There we go. I didn't expect that. Usually I'm not asking all the questions. But Artorius, so is there anything else that you can share? You've already mentioned that Eve Denver's coming up. Is there anything else? Win roadmap, win partnerships?
Not that I can think of at the moment. Not that I could give at the moment.
This is what it feels like on Manifesto Mondays, by the way, talking to Artorius in front of everyone.
Yeah, you asked me the same question. You asked me the same question.
Exactly.
I'm glad we're finally on an interview where you're the one who asked when Alpha.
When Alpha?
Absolutely.
Give it.
So have Vent been thinking about Cult Chain at all? Are they looking to build on Cult Chain about it or anything?
So I was wondering about this. We do have we are currently updating our game, and I was wondering about actually launching the game and having Cult enabled for it, because essentially the game will almost certainly be played mostly on GSC at the moment because it's the other chain that we're on, which is low fees. So no one would really be playing it on the Eve side. We were going to launch the game on Polygon. Now I'm not so sure. I think we were going to fix it. If we are going to, obviously our metaverse token staking pools are, there to support metaverses. And at the moment, there's not even a chain yet, let alone to invest in onto it. So if there is an application, it will be definitely enabling people to play the game on the blockchain. There's no plans for a staking pool or anything yet because there needs to be big enough assets for us to buy in that sector. But definitely thought about it for our game. And there's no reason why we wouldn't be able to, since it is EVM, we would just be able to copy and paste. I'm not sure of the timeframes and everything, but yeah, certainly I have thought about it, and we'll see how realistic it is and how much demand there is for it.
Oh, interesting. That question was inspired by one of your biggest admirers. You can probably guess who that is.
Or is it YouGod?
It is, and it's his birthday today, so happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday.
That guy loves Cult, Revolt, and Vent. That's it.
Manifesto.
Exactly. But yeah, interesting. Cool. Could probably get. Oh no, actually, I just remembered as well. There's a lot of people that have been tagging Kyle actually and asking Kyle, you've not talked about Cult Chain. What do you think about Cult? And I'm thinking Kyle is invested in Cult, and he's been talking about it. Obviously, he's been really busy. So we'd love to hear your thoughts. Obviously, what you think about Cult Chain and how that can impact what it could do for Cult as well.
I think that it's interesting because you're playing a game of idealists and fundamentalists versus an easier path. And what I mean is that this new L2 from Cult is essentially bootstrapped with probably no venture funding, meaning there's probably not going to be a bunch of money for grants and ecosystem growth and VCs that are investing capital in only Cult Chain types of dApps and things like that. So that's gonna be an uphill battle. But as as the world starts to become more educated and as regulations get more difficult and people really who are inspired to build like really disruptive things that need a degree of privacy and censorship resistance, if Cold Chain can provide the things that protect, developers from centralized censorship, then it's a really strong value proposition, and because the team is pseudonymous, it's much more difficult for them to come after a centralized figurehead and say, hey, we need you guys to, censor somebody, or like you better require KYC for this, because if you don't, like, you're gonna get in trouble, whatever. So I think that's one of the coolest things about Cult so far, is that we just don't know who's behind the project, and that's super valuable, especially when you have infrastructure that's going to provide these really important aspects for dApps and DAOs and things like that. DeFi that really threatens kind of legacy systems. Because regulators are going to want even DeFi applications that aren't really decentralized or have some degree of censorship to start doing KYC and stuff like that. They're going to try to create Web 2.5, is what they would like to see everybody, like some degree of innovation, but enough to control, to make sure that people aren't, essentially people are just avoiding paying taxes is what they really care about, right? Is how they tax everything, and so the most innovative and most useful things I think that will be invented probably will be things that really threaten these legacy systems and therefore face severe scrutiny in the future, and so I think that from an economic perspective, it'll be a slower start. Like, I don't think that we're going to get a huge amount of people building on the chain. Also, because liquidity is going to be very difficult. You're not where are you going to find how are you going to incentivize people to start adding LP liquidity to the DEX? That's going to be difficult. And so, if a developer really loves the idea of Cold Chain, but is also kind of aware of the challenges of building on a new ecosystem, then they're probably going to want to be multi-chain, meaning that like they'll exist on Cold Chain, but the majority of the liquidity probably will not be there, and the majority of the user base may or may not choose to execute transactions there. I really think that what Cult is doing right now is it's interesting and will really shine in the next bull market, because things will get kicked off again, and because Cult built in this culture of really being cult-like and having a really loyal and eager type of community that is amplified times 1,000 in a bull market, because there is this degree of like memeability and just outlandishness that really does well. And so I think that there's a right degree of seriousness, professionalism, and some sort of meme culture involved in Cult, and I think that's going to shine in the bull market. And because it has that aspect of that memeability, people will just, once it's popular because of just it being Cult, once it has, people are buying it just because people are wearing masks all over the place, and like it's just one more thing. Like, for all they know, it's like it's SHIB and Doge, but they know that there's like some extra cool utility to it, and maybe they understand it, maybe they don't. But it's cool, and so therefore, like that alone, I think has the ability for some sort of adoption, and hopefully, hopefully as people become more educated as a whole to blockchain and the core fundamentals, and people start understanding token economics, and people start, this will take time, but I think that people will eventually get there. I think today probably, I would say less than 2% of people in crypto, including VCs, actually truly understand token economics. Like, it's a very small fraction of people that actually understand what they're investing into. But I think that eventually, maybe in 10 years from now, probably everyone will understand it. It'll be just common knowledge, and when that happens, the value proposition will become stronger and more apparent. And so I think that, like I said, I think it's probably not something that's going to skyrocket overnight, but I think that, really solid developers that are building really solid technology, hopefully that have a sense of how to get their product out there, how to distribute the news and the messaging. They should probably they would probably like to build on something like this, and it just takes it really just takes actually one killer app that the Web3 space hasn't even seen yet, because we don't have anything that's massively used on a global audience. But when we have something that takes off, that's, let's just say, decentralized Uber, where like literally it works exactly the same as Uber, but because you remove the middlemen, there's more value created that's kept within the ecosystem, and drivers make more money per ride. This is the exact same ride, and passengers pay less money on that ride. That's a better value proposition for everybody, and they would all use this as long as the user experience feels very similar to Uber. And you can do that with a lot of technology that's been built today, removing things like gas and stuff from the equation. Like this is interesting. And, if you can get something that does take off one day, then you have a tremendous amount of volume. You have like a lot of usage of daily active users. I think Ethereum does something like, on average, about 450,000 active wallets a day. So that considering that most people have a couple of wallets, like you're talking about, daily active users of 200,000-300,000 people every day on Ethereum. Like that's not a lot, right? Like most enterprise apps or popular apps in the App Store have way more daily active users than the Ethereum blockchain does. And so I think that it's important for us to keep in mind that often people are deceived by marketing that, an ecosystem with a bunch of logos on their infographic that says, "Oh, Solana ecosystem," and you got 500 logos there. But how many of those actually have daily active users? Probably not. Mostly none of them, right? No, none of them. None of those 500 logos actually have daily active users, and so it doesn't necessarily require a huge amount of people building on it. It just requires something that is built there that demands has a high amount of demand and utility. So I think that people aren't thinking about this enough when they're looking at different infrastructure, and they're not understanding. Like we frame things in our minds of people who live in a crypto bubble, right? But when we compare ourselves to the Web2 world and how much adoption that has, we don't even think we're just a speck, right? Like nothing at this point. So it doesn't really matter if Solana had a huge start, or Polygon or whatever that have 1,000 dApps being built on it. It's really going to take making sure that we attract the right type of people that are focused on how to build a quality product that is super useful to people on a massive scale, that is easy enough to use, that can get adopted on a large scale. And I think that there's plenty of room for that to happen on any chain right now, and I think that as people understand the core tenets of decentralization and crypto ideals, like they will be attracted to Colt Chain, and I think that is a good long-term play.
Yeah, I think there's 2 points. There's 2 points there which I think are really valid, which is the fact that we don't have that huge backing, which is often accompanied with like Polygon. I think they sold. They had a seed or private sale round of 400 million. But what people don't understand is that $400 million is locked up in their tokens, which at some point are released on the market. And that's a dangerous thing down the line, is to have. It's great to get huge amounts of backing like Polygon had, but at the end of the day, at some point, those VCs that invested in that, they're going to come for their return. And if you look at kind of segueing into the second point on the same vein, which is with Polygon, if you look at their volume and their users compared to how much they raised, it's crazy that they raised that much when Revolt was trending as their number one token for 6, 7, 8 weeks on the trot, and it never even got above 35 million market cap. That shows you what the volume is like on a chain that had all of that backing. And I feel if we can if we can show that we're doing something differently and we have the community behind us that want to participate, why can't we compete with those numbers? In my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that the community and moving people across to the chain is definitely going to be the major aspect, and the fact that Colt has never even seen a bull market. I mean, some could argue that it launched 1st of Feb or 31st of January. So technically, I mean, it was the final like end stages, and then what was it like? Just after like mid-February, then Russia invaded Ukraine. I guess that is sort of where I put the start of the bear market at. Just stuff dropped, and then everything got a little bit shit.
We didn't even take off till like March, though. To be honest, remember it was just flatline for it. Actually, it was below pre-sale, I think, initially for a month.
Yeah, it did. Did get to. I see people put like figures, but I think they're not as low. Like it got to. I remember the lowest I remember seeing it was 600k market cap.
I think it was
what I'd do for that now.
Close to 300. I think it's close to 300k at one point.
Really?
Wow.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking fully diluted.
Yeah.
But
Literally the day before it started mooning, for whatever reason, it was 300k. It went all-time low to all-time high in like 10 days.
See, I remember why it dropped down so low. Somebody who bought 10 wallets worth at the pre-sale, so 10 Ethereum pre-sale, dumped it all the day before it started pumping, and that 10 Ethereum, so that was like 13 billion ish was what we got for our ETH when we invested in the pre-sale.
Wow.
So that person had 100 billion, which at all-time high would have been worth like $8 million or more.
I think it's a
And
bit
they
more.
dumped it all the day before.
That's mad. Wow.
You got a feel for that person. I wonder if they must know. Like if they knew, they must have like seen it since. But yeah, I mean, it's always like there's always someone unlucky who times it wrong. But yeah, I mean, in launching on the chain, I mean, I guess, it's a difficult one because I was going to say I'll commit to launching something on Cold Chain, but at the same time, it's hard because having an existing token, if you launch another one, people just immediately think, oh, you're abandoning the other one, or they think it's a cash grab or anything like that, which is a bit of a hindrance, to be honest. I think I even saw like CZ tweet don't trust developers who have more than one project, and it's a bit like, well, there's not many of us, and if there's good ideas, then it's a bit shooting yourself in the foot a bit. There's only so many people who want to develop on blockchains, and then to say, oh, don't trust them if they launch more than one. Obviously, there's a reason they say that, because some people will. Well, then again, it's always Bitcoin dev will launch like 10 tokens of like the same thing. But if you're building something of actual utility, then why shouldn't you be able to launch more than one? Like it's like people saying to Richard Branson, can you stop, making those businesses now, please? It's getting a bit much. Like, they're all different. Or like Elon Musk, SpaceX. Like, people, when he launched SpaceX, no one said, can you stop? You've got Tesla, look after that. Now people are starting to say a bit more because he's got Twitter, like Tesla, like SpaceX. But yeah, it's one of these backwards things where, again, it's like CEOs, if they like cash in the stock market, they just put a report in SEC, and then people even celebrate it, or when they buy, it gets announced to the market, etc. But in crypto, it's so the other way around. But hopefully, as people mature, they'll realise that as long as it's not you want 10 tokens just for the sake of it, you can actually have people have more than one commitment, believe it or not. Speaking of more than one commitment, Harry, you dodged the alpha
I've not dodged anything. I thought let's put you and the Taurus on the spot as much as I could, but it didn't really work. It doesn't work with use. Use are pros. But yeah, let's go. Let's go then. Let's talk. Okay. Cool. So here it goes. So
You look nervous.
I am a little bit nervous. I'm not going to lie because I've worked on this for ages. So obviously after months of extensive planning and deliberating, I'm delighted to announce Wallet Port. So Wallet Port is a protocol that has been created to ensure that you're protected from circumstances beyond your control. So we've all obviously ventured into the crypto space with the intention of making money. Intentions, of course, might not be limited to making profit.
Right. Pop-up.
Yeah. Yep.
Pop my corner.
That's it. Yeah. And obviously, we sometimes invest in projects that we love as well, that may have utility as well as making money. So as the DeFi space faces continuous threats, obviously this year there's been huge threats. DeFi has been on a bit of a knife edge. There's a need for more utilities to protect our hard-earned assets. As everyone knows, it's imperative to retain self-custody for the assets. So we're building a protocol that will ensure you have additional peace of mind. It will operate as a safety net in the event of uncontrollable, unfortunate circumstances, such as you or your loved one passing away, or if, for example, you were to lose your seed phrase, Wallet Port would have your assets covered. So I'm extremely happy to announce our team: Dom, Head of Strategy; Artorius, Head of Tech. Artorius doesn't have his camera on, obviously. And we've got Kyle as our advisor. A versatile team with an abundance of experience and knowledge. It's our belief that we can deliver a key utility that's required within this space. And there you have it. That's Wallet Port in a nutshell.
And what's the ticker?
Oh, you thought of a ticker. You know what? He was sitting there and we're talking about actual laptop and he goes, I've thought of a ticker. And I'm not even thinking about the token yet. And well, what is it, Dom?
It's Wallop. WALP. So Wallet Port. You would have like something like Wall or like something like that, but WALP is just as good as any acronym of Wallet Port, but Wallop for short. Easy. Close. What a nice word to say. Wallop.
Yeah, it's a big day, obviously.
Now we've announced it. That is now it. There's no going back.
Dog, honestly, I didn't say anything, but yeah. But yeah, it's I've been working on this for quite a while now. Obviously, with the support of yourselves, it's actually got to this stage. And I kind of want to say something, and I'll probably put an article about this because it kind of means a lot to me. So I know everyone talks about Colt being a funding mechanism in the space, but obviously I've been around Colt from, I'd probably say, a month in when the token launched. Apart from it just being a funding mechanism, for me, it's been a place where I've connected with people, where we can build. And I want to encourage other people that have ideas to come together because obviously we have a saying in Colt, right? The many. It only happens with the many and with good people coming together to put a project together. So yeah, it's more than just a funding or a decentralized VC as some people might see it. There's a lot more to Colt. And that's why our community is really strong. Yesterday we were on Spaces and someone asked me and Bobs if we had bots because we get so much engagement, right? And we were like, no, it's because we all support each other, right? And everyone likes engaging in Colt tweets and stuff, which is vital. And people want to learn from Colt and want to actually implement that sort of engagement in their DAOs. So that's a compliment to Colt, honestly, and the community itself.
I'm going to tweet out about Wallop right now.
Wallet.
Walletport.io. Is that what we got here before I share it and send them? Oh, check out Dex Tools. There's already about 17 wallets.
Yeah, Mr. Coltmander says Wallop Inu is on live new pairs already. Already got people asking for the contract address.
Yeah, CA. When CA.
Yeah, just to tell everyone, by the way, so nothing has been released and it will be announced on official channels only. So don't fall for any NFT drops or token pre-sales or anything like that unless it's on the official channels. As you can see, I don't know which corner it is on mine, but it's on one of the corners at the bottom.
Sure.
I'm not even used to this, so it's in one of the corners.
Literally, it's a good thing that Carl's screen just literally filling half of his thing.
He's actually sat on the right side though. That's good.
Yeah. it didn't even change. Once it popped up, it looked like it was natural. You'd been told about it.
Yeah, so follow the official channels, and if you're not sure, just pop in and ask, because in markets, in any sort of market, you've got people that obviously like to prey on people that are looking for tokens and stuff. So yeah, I don't want anyone to lose any money.
Admins will never DM you first.
Yes, they will not. So yeah, definitely. I'm probably going to get a load of pop-up Harrys now on Telegram. I already had one, and I messaged the guy and told him he had a nice picture, and he blocked me. He was using my picture, and he blocked me.
Yeah, I've learned my mistake from that. As in, I used to, whenever I get like scams or like spam or something, I used to think, well, I'll be as much of a dick as possible, and I'll try and screw with them as much as I can. But the problem is that if they block you and report you, you're the one who gets you can't reach out to anyone on Telegram for 7 days because you've pulled out a scammer and they've blocked you before you block them. So now unfortunately, as much as I love to give scammers shit when they message me on Telegram, I don't bother messing with them anymore, because for 2 weeks I couldn't reach out to anyone, and it's annoying. It's really annoying getting put in Telegram jail. So yeah, one of them.
I'm glad you told me that, because I had blocked that guy and reported him, but no one got back to me from Telegram. But you're right, if someone does it next time to me beforehand, then it's not worth it, because there's a lot of problems that we have.
There's this bot thing that's can't remember what it's called, but you ask why you've been banned, and then it says release me, and then you click that and it says that it gives you the timescale, and they get a day longer every time, but I think I'm up to 10 days or something like that. I was blocked for the first time from messaging mutual contacts before them even launched as the token, because I was giving abuse to someone who stole 1,400 quid. I got done for my first ever scam in crypto. 2 weeks before my token launch, I was buying some ads, some banner ads launching the token, and it was at the time it was I think I'd raised I say raised. The only funding I had for them was 20k GBP from my father-in-law, and 2k of that was gone for the scam. I was absolutely furious. I was sending all sorts. So obviously, when he blocked me, even though he stole my money, Telegram just sees that. They think that you're the one who's being threatening. Well, I was being very threatening, but he deserved it. That's the most important thing. But yeah, so word to the wise. You got all of this awful stuff to come. Don't worry, we'll be here for you.
What's that, sorry?
Don't worry, we'll be here for you. And are you building on now?
What's that, sorry?
And are you building on Cult Chain?
It's a good question. I'm not going to lie, I have thought about it, but only if I can provide good utility for it, then I will. So it's a conversation that obviously I can have with head of tech, so there's no issues.
Maybe here you can give a bit more insight on how things will function. So essentially it will be an interface or an app where I can essentially assign or give authorization for my wallet to auto send all of my assets to another address if it's inactive for a certain period of time. Is that more or less how it works?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so it's a time lapse, and once that time lapse, but if you interact with the protocol, then it kind of it'll reset that. So that's the gist of it. Obviously, there's a couple of variations to interact with the protocol itself. I'm still waiting on confirmation on a couple of things before kind of saying that just now, just to ensure that everything's all teed off. But yeah, so the general idea is that you connect with the DApp or the protocol on the website, connect your wallet, and you have some. You can select your tokens or NFTs that you want to protect, and that way you select the wallet that you want it to go to once the time lapses. And if you don't interact with it and you're locked out for whatever reason, or no one interacts with that wallet, it'll go to that beneficiary wallet. So it's a bit of a safety net.
It's a good idea. Very good idea. I would ask a bit more about the mechanics, but I know there's a lot to iron out still. Do you have any estimations on what are the next steps? I guess when roadmap.
Yeah, so what we're wanting to do is build out the MVP. So we have something that we can show to the community before we go out, doing our any sort of raise through, like initial idea is to have an NFT mint for it. We may, I wasn't going to actually say this today, but seeing I was a little bit overexcited, I might as well. We may do a little bit of a pre-sale for the NFTs for the early folks that get in or are wanting in. And we're going to build out the MVP and then we'll have the actual mint. So it's up to yourselves if you want to get into the pre-sale or not. There'll be a discount to get into the pre-sale, obviously. So we're going to build out the MVP and we're going to stress test it, do some bug bounties, make sure everything's fully functioning for the. Once that's done, then the protocol is going to be rolled out. There's going to also be a profit sharing mechanism in there, which is going to be attached to the token. So, and that's coming from actual money that's going So I'm actually going to end up speaking about the whole ecosystem here now. So it's hard not to when you're speaking about certain parts.
Take notes. This is how you get alpha for your next match.
This is how you get alpha. Yeah. You never go on a call with Dom, Taurus, and Kyle who know how to get it out of you. So basically, there's going to be a profit sharing mechanism in there where there's going to be where people are going to pay. So there's two ways to utilize the protocol. One is through the NFT. The other one is to pay a monthly subscription. And there's going to be profit sharing from the monthly subscriptions for the stakers of the token holders. So it's no inflated token, or it's not coming from thin air or anything. It's actual profit sharing, and a percentage of that would go to stakers for the token. So, and the NFT holders basically get to utilize the protocol fee-free for life. So that's the utility of the NFTs. Or if you don't want any part of the crypto ecosystem, you just want to pay monthly and utilize it, then you can do that as well. So it's kind of some people might just want to be like, oh, we can't be bothered with the NFT or the token, but we want to use the utility that can pay monthly for that. Or if you want part of all of it, and you can do that as well. So you can have as much exposure or as little exposure as you want in the ecosystem.
There you go. Leon Gillis says, why should others build on Colt when you are not? Red flag.
You've already got
that question.
You've got your first fund and it's not. You announced it 2 minutes ago. Already got someone flooding.
That's it. So, that's a good question. I mean, I'm not against it, and I'm not saying no. I'd obviously like to sit down and see how we would incorporate that into Cult Chain. So yeah, I mean, Cult Chain's not even out yet, so it depends on timelines and everything. So we've got to wait and see what's happening. So yeah, not writing anything off.
Well, the thing is, obviously, Cult Chain's not launched yet, and when it does launch, it's going to have, it's at the moment Ethereum has every token under the sun, so it would make sense that you would protect your assets on that. Whereas I don't know what the timelines exactly how it would line up, but I mean, if your only tokens that you have on Cult Chain when it goes live are Cult and Revolt, it's most of your portfolio is likely going to be on Ethereum still. So it needs to make sense, doesn't it?
No, absolutely.
I don't know that if I'm just thinking about it from an architecture perspective, my guess is that the actual protocol itself, probably the interaction with the token and which ecosystem it lies on, it probably just needs to check to see that that this wallet or address has these tokens staked for this NFT, and if it does, it allows it to continue using the service. So I don't know that it necessarily needs to have be on the same chain as the rest of the assets in which lie in that wallet. And you would guess that this is would be multi-chain. Obviously, you would want to do multi-chain moving forward. I'm not sure, but that's my initial thoughts without speaking to devs. But that's what I would think. But it would be good to just be on multiple chains if you can. If it's really just about verifying that someone has X or doesn't has X or has paid Y or hasn't paid Y, because again, if you say that like they could just pay fiat for the service and still have to protect their wallets, and then obviously it doesn't matter which chain the actual token sits on, and like it would make sense to be on multi-chain, right? Like on Ethereum for people who really just want the ease of liquidity and be able to maybe trade big volume without having a lot of slippage or something, or users who really care about their privacy, and want to have anonymous and sovereign wallets, and want to have that privacy hidden within everything that they do. They would definitely obviously rather transact and receive rewards on Cold Chain versus like Ethereum, for example. So I think that's something to consider.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We definitely thought about multi-chain, so it's definitely something. It's work in progress, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, everyone always like, for example, even when I have stable coins, I wonder which chain to store them on, especially now in the current market conditions. So I think even like I don't think it's even like FUD to say like I don't store my stable coins on BSC because I trust Ethereum more. So that's not like discounting any other chain. It's just that even BUSD I store it on ESC because I know that that's who mints it on that side. So I don't think it says anything about like why do this if X isn't doing that. I mean, you have to go by popularity and by demand. You can't just do it to appease like whatever it is that makes you think that you need to do it. As in, if there is assets to protect on one chain or another chain, then you go to that chain first. If the protocol is led by the chain, they inevitably just end up bridging to something else. You see it all the time with like I saw like some of these games that were launching on like OEC, launching on like Neo. Inevitably, they just end up bridging back into like BSC because after the layer ones, after the bull market goes, like even Pancakeswap having 250k volume on a Sunday, 24 hour, like is abysmal. And that's nothing against the chain. It's just that the eyes aren't there. So I can only imagine like the volumes that you're getting on like Neo or on like KCS chain or like OEC. Like, so it's just common sense really, but of course that doesn't necessarily. We have this team that is associated with Colt and they're not building on Colt. There's nothing to protect. It's a protocol that protects assets. Why would we build it on a chain that has no assets when there are chains with assets? Very simple.
Yeah, there's a difference between not building it directly on the launch of the chain and building it later on when the chain is, functioning well and busy.
And there's actually something to protect on it, rather than protecting.
Yeah. Absolutely. People hold assets because they anticipate them assets are going to be more valuable. And the reason why I'm building this is because I want people to be able to protect them assets, and we can only protect what's out there for now. So that's the simple answer. And we're definitely not writing it off. It's a matter of crossing that bridge when we get to it.
Well, the beauty of the Colt chain being in the EVM as well is that it's really quite a simple task to fork anything off Ethereum and put it onto our chain as well. So it's literally a case of it being let's say this launches before the Colt chain does. Colt chain could go live, and then like in a few days' time, you could have it on the new chain. So I think that there's no point reading so deep into this when it's not that deep.
Definitely not. Been very interesting session and talk and getting the alpha. I personally can't wait for Wallop. And everyone see on the I don't know whether it's for everyone else. For me, it's on the bottom left. It's here. But Kyle, below Kyle's thing, there we go. So you've got the Telegram is just /wallet port. Port is in PORT, as in like the drink. And then you've got the actual announcement channel, which is just Wallet Port channel. And then you've got the Twitter, which is @Wallet Port. And then you've got the website walletport.io. So go and check it out. Don't trust anyone who DMs you, because admins wouldn't DM first. And don't trust any new pairs on Dex Tools until you see it on one of those channels. But yeah, thanks so much for joining, everyone. And
we've got Gathering of the Guardians as well on Friday, just to put that out there.
Fair enough. Where is that?
Twitter Spaces, I can't remember the time now. I think it's like 1:30 a.m. for me, but I'm in Dubai, so whatever time, 4 hours back, UK time, 9:30, is it? UK time, UTC.
I think I won't be there because I have the them Christmas party.
Nice. So if anyone else that can make it, anyone else, please do, and I'll see you all there. Thank you very much for this as well.
I have a quick question, Artorias. What's gonna when Cold Chain goes live? Is there going to be a token swap?
No, so it will be a case of bridging Colt liquidity over. So there's not going to be any new tokens or anything like that. We don't want to like artificially start inflating. It's there to add more utility to Colt as well. So it will be a case of bridging over to the new chain.
Yeah, I was just
so no new tokens, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just wondering about. So you'll still have. Okay, so it'll be multi-chain as well. It'll be on its own native chain, I guess, but a wrapped version of. Okay, so the token will still live in Ethereum then, but there'll be a wrapped version on Cold Chain.
Exactly.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, that eliminates any type of fight about starting over with a new contract and like voiding the rescinding it and things like that. So that's interesting. But I guess that also keeps the limitations then to the voting and proposals where it's still on ETH and we still have to face the challenges of gas and things like that, right?
Yeah, that's still the ecosystem is remaining on Ethereum because that was always where it was intended to be. And there might be, depending on what happens with Ethereum going forwards, from what I've heard, the whole the block transactions and dank sharding is making good progress. I think they were deliberating whether it would be considered as part of the next commitments. But yeah, that's obviously going its own way. So we didn't want to just port everything over and basically invalidate everything that we wanted to achieve. Oh yeah, that was good. Very good. That was intentional.
Fair enough. There we go. Well, yeah, as I say, the socials are gone now. Look at that. I was about to say, join there. But yeah, everything is pretty much just WalletPort, walletport.io, and Telegrams as well, and also the Twitters. Thanks everybody for questions in the comments. Look, WalletPort's back. There we go. But yeah, do like and subscribe. We'll be sure to keep you updated and have another one of these before the WEN token launch. But yeah, thanks so much for joining, to our guests and to the audience. Have a great rest of your week. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, looks like that's over. So now let's talk a little bit about what I'm doing here today. So we're gonna hopefully get some better audio here. I'm gonna get that out of the way. coffee. We're gonna hook up some microphone action. Have a little mouse here. All right. Pew, pew, pew. Okay, now we got a mouse. Now we need USB cable. And plug that little motherfucker in. I'm missing a little washer right there, but hey, we ain't worried about that, are we? Okay. Man, these mics can eat up some fucking cords, I'll tell you that much. All right, test. Yep. All right. What else do we need to do? We need to get some headphones. Fuck me. Ow. Fucking hurt. All right. We got lights. We got camera. Got a little red light. That means we're probably working. Red light, are you working? Yes, you are. Okay. So let's put a little bit more something in there. All right, so here we go. Hey, what's up, Greenhorn? How you doing, man? Hey, Greenhorn, good to see you in here. Welcome to the bullshit show. We're just at like a cult news network, so we're gonna report on crypto, just reporting shit that's happened. I'm not really particularly interested in giving a whole ton of alpha, but I want to be kind of like a customer service type deal here. So if you want to go talk about cult, then you can come here. And I basically am gonna like kind of put myself in cult jail right here. Because I've had some legal troubles, and so I've had exposure to the system, and I'm a privileged white male, and I'm unable to really function in this world. So crypto gives me the hope in order to be able to actually change these things instead of just sitting around bitching about them. So, like I said, we're just here to talk about cult and to try and give people a place to express themselves. I don't know how this channel is going to go. I just know it needs to happen, and it has not happened. And so I'm going to continue doing it. So I'm going to be like a little fireside chat type of guy. I got the fire kind of going this morning. I'm out collecting firewood. I've been trying to get this channel together. I wanted to do something from an education perspective for quite some time, but didn't really have a platform that I thought could reach out into different areas and actually make a shit of difference. So and I've studied quite a bit about the history of crypto. I've only been in it money-wise a couple of years, but as far as being around it, I saw Bitcoin at a couple $100, ETH at right at $1.10. But as far as being, call it based, it wasn't really on my radar. So after I started making some money out of crypto, then I was like, okay, now, what is this all about? And so I've started to really look to the OGs about what's going on here. What is our job? What is our duty? And really, what is it that we can contribute so that people can see what they might or might not want to do in the future. I've been really studying history quite a bit, looking at the history of money, trying to learn about the Fed, trying to learn about what has been accepted as currency across the world, and how that has ebbed and flowed into making a real difference. And that's why I'm so excited about crypto. This has the potential to actually make it where society is somewhat fair. I think that's really an impossible dream, just kind of like digital privacy. It's a fucking oxymoron. If it's digital, it's not private. There's always some potential to be greater as far as computing power. So, as far as what does the bridge look like between here and there, I think it's really just education. I don't think any one of us can expect to make any one of us can expect to make a product or an idea that isn't already there. Our job is to study the past and try to rectify the things that have been abused if we care to present a fair society. And as one of the many, that is our duty. So here I am. I'm just me, anyone, sitting here in my living room, locked in this world. I got Bear over there. I got a couple pets, and the rest is, just talking. So I'm here to share my story. I'm gonna just do tons of live streams on this, and I'm gonna continue to encourage people to come on, and if they want to chat, then we can do that. Once I provide a little bit more structure to the channel, then I think we can have more meaningful dialogue. But I posted that date of 11/5/22 and started right away feeling some resistance, because I feel like whenever a person does some things right, they start to get resistance. So hang on, let me get some more fucking talkability. All right, that full mask gets a little bit hot underneath there. And plus, I can't drink my coffee whenever I have that motherfucker on. So, so here to talk about cult in a meaningful way. I just got to sit and repeat my story is all I think. As I've started to share it with people across the country, I'm a Mexican. And that's where, that's what I feel like is, that's my identity. But talking about Hex isn't quite as impactful nor as exciting, other than, it's a savings account, I think. Of course, there's price appreciation, et cetera, but it doesn't really get me excited to talk about it. I ain't got a bag. And so I'm not going to have a financial windfall from my talking about it. And cult, I don't have a bag of it either. I got some cult, got plenty of revolt, but I don't think that when I sat down and did the math, there's nothing you can do to really make it worthwhile. So when you can't really buy somebody with money, I've sat in jail for not even a year, but that's enough time to fuck up somebody's life. And I've sit in the hole for well over 30 days. And during that time, I feel like I got, I say that I got as close to God as a guy can be without going crazy. And I got mad. And, I've done plenty of dirt in my life. So I'm not saying up here, oh my God, I'm a victim of the system. But yet, whenever I was sitting in that room with my community, my family, and anyone that I could remember their phone number, thought that I had done these terrible things because this man who was a pillar, an alderman, had reported me to the police that I assaulted him. I was charged with a felony assault because he's over 60 something. Little old man. I come from a little town where we had martial law. Okay. And so I ain't afraid of a baseball bat. I faced one down last week. Came up with a baseball bat, had a little shield going on those HP computers, and just walk them down, baby. This is something different. I'm a Texan, and I'm proud, and I do all sorts of shit in this world to make to try and make a difference. But each time that I've been moderately successful, as I was running for city council, I'm attacked and put into jail. That's not America, or maybe it is America. I don't know. These definitions are what gets us. And so as we define our frame of reference, I will edit these videos and continue to make them useful, hopefully, to the community. And by the time that the bull run hits, which I think is going to be quite some time, by the time we start really needing these educational tools, right now, we're just all sitting around circle jerking. But what's going to happen is we will be prepared. So whenever the storm does come, that we're unshakable. And so I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not a personality. I'm a dude, right? I'm anyone. I'm anyone you can see, anyone you can be, and this can happen to anyone. If this can happen to me, I really feel privileged, like I said. So if I had any of these other disadvantages working against me in society, bro, I don't understand how a person can really not go crazy, man. I really give it up to a lot of the people out there that I don't want to say have simple minds, but really are, one of the many. I can sit here and I can say that I've went to the depths as far as I could go, but I was not willing to give up. I have my house here. This is now cult camp. I don't really know about opening my house to strangers, but if you're one of the many and you need something and you need somewhere to go and you want to sit and work on this channel, then maybe we can talk about something. I got 2 extra rooms. I got a lot of extra spots here. I got a little bit of land. We can grow some food. I'm really committed to this thing, at least for 2 years. After 2 years, honestly, I'm tired of being broke. I've been broke for fucking 10 years, but we're really not going to have a full Bitcoin run, until 2024, like near the end of 2024 is when it's the schedule. I'm not counting on the schedule, but if there's a schedule and you want to think something against it, I think that's just kind of silly. And so I really don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but if we build this whole time and we work, as soon as that run hits, the math is just exponential. And I'm really, I try not to even think about the numbers because it seems implausible. And what is that really going to change? After you sit on the beach for 10 years, retired, they can't buy you. You want to see the beach? See, in 2007, I signed a contract that said for 60 years, I don't have to worry about where to eat or where to sleep. And now I have property. Okay. I didn't get the financial windfall from that contract that I expected, but I got this freedom of mind that cannot be taken. And so for 15 years, I've been retired. And that's what drew me to Hex in the first place is actually the 15-year time mark. It kind of, it actually was on a trade first. It was just a trade tip. And so I went, made some money, but then I started investigating and really, that's what changed me from a trader to one of the many. Crypto does not exclude anyone. If you're the president, if you're a pauper, if you're just a person, if you're a professional, if you've got money or if you don't got money, you're welcome. And it's going to magnify these positions based, in my words, your intelligence to see the future. One of the things that I feel like has stunted me in life is being too far ahead of the curve. I was able to, in the state of Colorado, I managed a dispensary in 2014. So I can say I was a drug dealer. According to the federal law, I was a drug dealer. I don't look at it that way. I've never sold, I don't consider weed a drug, but as far as so that I can do that, the ego thing, I was a drug dealer. Right. And that's what, opened my mind to the medical area of everything, and really started to be able to start helping patients. Like you'll see me in many of the videos, aka Dr. Giggles, right? That's my personality. You hear that? So there's a patient. But so what is the point here? Is really that is that I'm mad, and I just want to sit here and talk, and I'm going to repeat myself over and over and over again until we have some sort of mass that can do something about these things. Because I'm done bitching, right? I've went to counselors. I've done all this shit. I've went through my things. I've went through my heart. I've went through my mind. I've studied Reiki. I'm a yoga teacher. I've been to, shamans. I've been, I haven't used a lot of spiritual drugs. I've never done DMT. I haven't used a lot of things in many, many years. And, I chose to go deep into the dark because my studies was talking about dark entities, negative attachments, things like that. And that's where I'm really at right now, is coming back from the black, because, you can't fake being poor. You could try. And I'm an American sitting here in my house with my this and my that and that and the other. I can barely pay my bills because I can't get a job because I have a record or I have pending charges, and I have this community that, that I feel like is not a true community. And so I've been trying to peacefully, nudge towards expressing things that can be more digestible. But let's see here. Yeah, I need to get this microphone off of the table. I can hear that reverb. That's not cool. So we'll get that thing figured out. But right now, I want to. I'm just gonna get the tab here. Let's go over. Let's look here first. All right, so the idea of this channel is to create the Rainbow Report first off, which is just going to be a report of price action throughout the day. And so this isn't a, I don't know. I've been, I researched CNN, and what they did was just, hey, we're here to, to be the cable news network, because people are calling their cable channel and saying like, hey, I need cable, right? So I chose CNN to, to be like the Cult Newt Network, Crypto News Network, to really make it a malleable term. But so what I plan on doing is just, running through and seeing all of the different stats on a day-to-day basis. So if anybody just wants to look at one thing about crypto, then they can possibly look here, because I think, between Cult and Hex, there is unlimited potential to learn about crypto. And if a person wants to go in some other direction, then they have the pertinent information in order to make decent financial decisions for themselves. And so just referencing things in order to help people be able to do their own research is what I think can be contributed to this. Move this out of here. And I can share this little tab here. All right, but we got the fire going in the background. So just reading about what's going on here, man. This isn't a cool time in the world, but we do have a lifeboat here, and I'm excited to be in it. There's a lot of things going on in the crypto world that are very unsettling, and really, I haven't got emotional about any of them, man. There's it's really, the writing on the wall has been there for quite some time. We've been really upset about the things that have went on because they give it a bad name, but what are we doing to fix it? That's where I think our efforts can be appreciated or actually worthwhile. So let's see what Kultoshi's got going on today. So we're going to read the manifesto. We're going to go through that. We are going to explain what all of the different functions within Cult mean. And, I really want to bring people up from, learning. If they only go to one place about crypto, I want them to come here. Not right away, but say within 3 to 6 months, hopefully we have a team assembled and some production quality that is beyond what I have to offer. But I have faith in the many, and I have faith that together we can put something together and really make a difference to what's going to happen. Look at that. So the IRS is increasing 401k limits. And it does not say what in this particular article. But yeah, there's all sorts of things going on right now. And I'm really concerned with how they're spinning this FTX deal, what they're hiding, who's talking about it and who's not. And it really, I feel like I'm doing a disservice not being on here. So I'm gonna have some things going on a little later on. But right now I'm still trying to set up this little place, and honestly, I have trial on January 3rd. So up until then, I don't know what the heck I'm gonna do with my life. I'm just trying to stay out of trouble, and really talking about Cult makes me not nervous, but it makes me man, what can they do to us? They that it really makes me wonder, because I've seen so many things. I'm gonna set up my other monitor here. So they're still making moves over here. Where's the remote? All right, we're making some progress. All right. Boom, boom, boom. And let's see if... All right, so I didn't know how to set up multiple screens, how to do anything. So I'm still learning. And what I am trying to understand is how to make all this technology work together, because there's so much. Find a little input here. Boom. But I've been playing with AI a little bit. I've been playing with these green screens. Excuse me. And man, I think it's really going to be, we can produce some good quality content here. All right, so boom. There's that. Okay, boom. So right, and you can see me playing on my computer, but you can't see what I'm doing. I have to go over here. All right, I'm trying to get this display settings, which it all makes sense. But in the future, I got to get the sound right. I got to get the background going the way that it can be. It's really already done, but change our. Yeah, but I kind of went off the grid, so to speak. I didn't even have a cell phone for a while. I mean, I really wanted to understand what. Fuck off. I really wanted to understand what it was like to live in the world because I had lived in a bubble for so long. And it fucking sucks, honestly. Being poor sucks. Being rich is not everything, but it really does make it makes it difficult to do things. And to me, it really makes it difficult to be productive in society if you're always thinking about where you're going to get your next meal, where you're going to do this, where you're going to do that, where you're going to sleep. You know, I've been I don't want to say homeless, but I've been without a stable place for quite some time. You know, I've always had my house that I own, but do I really own that? I got to pay taxes on it. I do all these other things to keep it. You know, I got to pay the city $100 a month to have water and trash. I use like 30 gallons of water. You know, it's just you know, I won't say I'm unable to get internet, but it's hard to get internet. Okay. And thanks to Starlink, we actually have, okay, now that feels, now we get the mouse where it'll move from screen to screen. We're done with that. Boom. All right. Let's see, where's my mouse? Okay. Actually, I got a couple other things I need to do for this moment. But it looks like, oh wow, Colt's up to 63.56. That's something else. Revolt back up to 54. That's cool. This mouse over here. Something like the scroll on the mouse doesn't work how I like it to. I'm used to using a desktop. I'm using all these little laptops and iPads and stuff because I'm one of the many. I can't afford a proper computer like I've had for decades. But yeah, I think that's part of my personal challenge is wanting to do this in a way that is doable to all humans. And it's made me think about a lot of things as far as how to move forward in the world, because it's not fair. I can take some shortcuts, but I'm not a fan of doing it the hard way. I'm a fan of doing it the smart way. And with that being said, my fire has extinguished. Been running that heater, but I ain't got money to pay for no electric bill. So I'm gonna put this on pause real quick. I'm gonna go burn some things. I'm gonna go find some things to burn. But let's see if there's any Twitter spaces going on here. I don't have a microphone. All right, so let's see what the boys in the world are doing today. Guess the name of our upcoming Colt ZK blockchain. This morning, I finally joined ColdDAO. It looks like the chart has bottomed. I watched the same thing happen with Saitama before it ran hard, and I missed out on life-changing money. Won't happen again. We are ColdDAO. I am the head of my table, and we will eat. All right. So we'll see if this guy has got it or not. And there's going to be so many people that come in and out of this community. I really think it's going to be crazy. I've seen what's happened within the Hex community. And I really hope that we're able to band together and make something good happen here. But it's getting a little cold in here. Oh yeah, we're looking for spaces. Chat GPT. Any cold spaces going on right now? Oops. We don't, but we do have some hex spaces going on right now. How to get into teaching in the UK. All right, let's check in on the Hexkin and see what's going on.
I'm just chilling with the. So welcome in, everybody. We got XCAF in here. Absolutely wonderful to see you again. We got Josh Soleil, got Facing Reality. I keep seeing him come up here. He's awesome. Good evening.
I see the Seek popping here, man. What's up, Seek? Loving the TikToks, bro. Loving the TikToks.
Hell yeah. She lives the dream that most of us would want. Just trailing around, enjoying nature.
You know how nice it is to have a job where I can just listen to this most days? Bro, it is astronomical amazing.
Totally not jealous.
And yeah, I'm back. Been in the house, Airbnb house, but I'm done.
Hello, XC.
Hey,
Cause I'm a thug in the club.
Yeah, you are.
So what's the dealio, guys?
I had a good little freaking Twitter session. I really enjoyed for like the last hour.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it was pretty dope. Just now stepping back in here, we're talking about designated scheduled education time where it's just education. I know you're already working on something like that, but yeah, it was just nice.
You guys are working on that. I'm working on the free website that you guys could say, hey man, want a free course? Yeah, go on this website. Go on hexdirect.com.
Oh shit, you got another one now? Hexdirect.com.
Free course where there's going to be videos, step by step. Yeah, download them in that.
Well, I got my top tone, bro. I set it up last night, dog.
Yeah?
Yeah, bro.
You gonna flex on one of those biddies? You gonna flex on one of those biddies with a 305 number or what?
No.
You should have done a 305 number, bro.
No, bro, I went
You flex on the biddies
5757,
like
bro.
that, man. Come on, just be like, yo, baby, I'm from the 305. Call my number.
No, I went East Coast, dog. I did a 757 out of the fucking 7 cities in Virginia.
That's dope. Well, my phone number in Canada ends in PLSX.
Fucking no shit. That's dope. Yeah, it's cool, man. You can like literally bro. I'm so glad you showed me. And I've known other things like that, but the talk tone's dope, bro. Cause like you literally just create a dummy account, and then you can have whatever name you want on there. So I put Jimmy the Hex. So it comes up as Jimmy the Hex on the caller ID. That's dope, bro. That's fucking sick. Yeah, that's sick as fuck, man. So I'm slowly just swapping out my phone number for everything for the talk tone number. Sick.
You gotta have it active every 30 days, though. You gotta use it.
Yeah.
And you just need to be on the internet, and you have a phone number.
Right. Super easy.
And you can get a WhatsApp with that number. So technically, if you have a WhatsApp number, then you have a number in Europe. Because no one in Europe just calls people; it's all WhatsApp. And you can get a Telegram, and you can get and then you can get with that number, you can get any account you want. So you have anything.
Famous.
And
Sorry, Jimmy. I think you can use WhatsApp with your European number and at the same time have your Canadian SIM card as well. Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you have another mobile.
But it's not even European number. I could have any number. I could have anything, and it doesn't even have to be real. Like, if you have my WhatsApp, you could just call me on the internet. But WhatsApp, normally people have their WhatsApp to their number. But the thing is that you don't have to have it connected to your number. But I have most of my WhatsApps connected. They're connected to the Talkathon. So I have 2 phone numbers and a WhatsApp. You get me?
In one mobile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the same, but I have several numbers.
It's like a Kramer, just like CZ. So the Kramer indicator is now. Marcus, fix it. Go down. All right, that was kind of boring. So let's check in with ChatGPT. It's like Colt's having a little bit of price action going on. Okay, learn how to do that. There we go. Hey.
Works and what doesn't work, and their audience. They can also analyze audiences and say, I prefer audiences like this book. Why? Because of this and this and this. And I believe an AI can generate a really well-written novel. At the same time, there are other industries where creativity is more true. Is more true. There's more true creativity. Something like engineering, etc. We're basically inventing something that hasn't been done before. And yes, you're using previous knowledge and engineering skills at the same time. But it is closer to something that's never been done before. So I do believe that AI currently cannot replicate the current state of creativity we're at. But I do believe in the future, AI will be able to replicate our current state of creativity, being able to write novels, art pieces, and maybe in the future invent pieces of machinery all on its own.
Can I just listen really quickly? Then I'll just hop in one. Let me just hop in very quickly, Andrew, and just say, Yusuf, absolutely. What a great argument you made, and defining the terms. And so, I 100% agree with you, based upon your further description. So you and I are of the same mind. So isn't it awesome to have a conversation where we don't have to have ego involved, and we can actually get at a wider understanding of truth. So you, sir, are super smart, and I appreciate what you have said.
Yusuf, really quickly, then I'll pass the mic to Ness, KG, Cryptopher, Columbus, and then Croissant. Yusuf, so you really believe, obviously there's no right or wrong answer. There's no right or wrong answer here. It's all just kind of, speaking on this until it happens to fruition. But essentially, you believe that AI will kind of catch up to human creativity, despite human creativity, in my opinion, is kind of a byproduct of experiences.
Yes, I do believe in the future it is definitely possible, because if you look at what creativity is or how to define it, it's basically how I describe it. It's basically using latent knowledge and then bundling it together to create something new using your latent knowledge. That's why if you look at kids are described as more creative. They have lucid dreams, etc., because they have less latent knowledge. They're able to come up with new things. The more you experience, the more your creativity revolves around that past knowledge. So I do believe if you're looking at the current description of creativity, AI can easily replicate that, because it's using databases, which are basically huge bundles of knowledge, and are able to basically transcribe that into new novels, new art pieces, etc. The more creative the task, the harder the AI will be to replicate it. So let's say like engineering tasks, programming tasks, etc. But I do believe it will be possible at a certain point in time. Maybe not now, because we're still in early beta. Like ChatGPT is a language AI. It's not meant to do anything other than converse with it pretty much. But I do believe in the future, let's say 10 to 20 to more years time, we will definitely see an AI that's able to replicate a lot of everyday tasks. But I think people shouldn't be worried about that, because when jobs go, jobs come, right? Like being a programmer wasn't something 30 years ago, even though now it's the most lucrative industry, and there's like a 30% uprise in, university computer science applicants. I believe that in the future there will be a job that does incorporate AI into it, and there will be tasks which AI cannot do alone.
That was a really good point. I had read last night, don't quote me on this as well, obviously your own research with this, that chat was creating a new iteration, I believe, to be released next year. So hopefully, and maybe there will be, something to the likes of what Yusuf was talking about. But aside from that, I want to go to Nest Protocol, and we will go to KG, Cryptopher, Croissant, and then DAT.
Thank you, Andrew. And I agree with what Yusuf and Dave and the three fight to just say that definitely with AI we will have some new jobs, and with AI as a tool we will have more creativities. But my opinion on the AI is kind of negative, because for the future I think the resources limit. We use this AI as a more advanced tool, and only a small amount of people they can use this tool, and for a large number of common people, they will be controlled by this tool. Because for AI, it's really easy to manage you if AI know what you like and know your preference, and for the working time, and to go back to the best of live audience, is that we may only need to work 4 hours a day if AI technology come up to a higher level. But I think that maybe if we will need to work more time together, limited resources we need, and it's much harder than the current situation, because after we have a computer, I do believe a lot of people they work more times a day than previous if we have no computers. That's first point. And the second point is that for blockchain, actually, if you think as the value behind the BTC network is based on the computing power. Actually, this computing power is it's not like the currency of human use. It's actually like the currency of AI use, because it's kind of maybe it's a long. It's for the long term. As if the AI into the next level is this kind of blockchain or the computer power will be the real currency in the world. If you have the computing power, you have the real value. You have the money. So if you believe in the AI will be in the next level, AI will be developed better. So the blockchain industry, I think it will be grow with AI. That's 2 points.
Thank you, Woody.
Yeah.
Next, Noah, we go to KG.
Yeah, just really quick before we go to KG, guys, I see people that have requested. Unfortunately, the panel's full right now. If you have a question immediately, shoot it over to me. I'll try to get you up as fast as I can. But KG, the mic's yours.
Okay, so we're talking about a lot of intricate things here. And what Yusuf and 3852 were saying, I'm not in full agreement on that point. I disagree largely, not completely, but largely with Yusuf's framing of creativity. I believe that he is correct in the sense that, sure, a subset of creativity can come from data inputs, calculating data outputs. But I personally would not define that as true creativity, because there's a level to creativity that the ancients might call divine inspiration. Okay, this isn't the conversation about God or who has the right answer on religion. I'm an open-minded guy when it comes to all of those points.
Speak on, brother.
But there's an element to creativity, and that element is tied to consciousness. So whenever you start to get into artificial intelligence and can humans create that in a robot, you're starting to get into, can humans play the role of, quote, God, the thing that created consciousness to begin with, whether that was a result of the Big Bang or whether that was a result of whatever the narrative is. There is some event, some entity that created consciousness, and no human, at least no one idea of what consciousness is, where consciousness came from, can be colloquially agreed upon. We've had wars over this. It's been the biggest disagreement of humankind since the dawn of time. So to say that we, having not figured that out, can recreate that in something else, I believe is a gross oversight of the power of consciousness. Now, I do believe that all things are possible, and maybe we stumble across it by accident, possibly, but actively being able to create it when we don't even understand it, I have to disagree with that, and I have to disagree that you can program in, until you find the consciousness variable, you can program in
really complex, computer understanding. But the new jobs that are going to create it in the AI field, especially depending on the sector you're dealing with, because we're using AI already, like in so many ways, especially in national defense, right? Our national defense is using AI in many ways. So it really depends on the sector that you're discussing. I find it fascinating to see where that's going to go, like what jobs are going to be eliminated, and what are the subsequent jobs that are going to be developed, and what are we as workers? What technology are we going to need to become more familiar with and understand? And is that going to change the dynamic of education? Is AI going to change what we teach in our schools as a result of these changes? Are we no longer going to be even, having, I don't know, for me, penmanship and all these, writing literature and writing stories and, composition and all that stuff, is that going to be something that you don't really focus on so much anymore, given the fact that you can have an AI kind of create an amazing story? I really find it fascinating, the whole conversation of, that Yusuf stated about, like, it's a series of data sets that we can kind of replicate almost human behavior, but I know he also stated that you can't fully get there, and that's as a result of what KG was saying, and I was thinking it too when he was saying. I felt the emotion that came out of him. Some of the best music in the world has been written as a result of loss, trauma, breakups, death, drugs, situations that, you cannot program with AI. So can AI make music the way, the human consciousness can create? That's an interesting point. And AI can probably analyze all the great music in a specific genre and create something amazing. But do we as humans, will we look at it as an AI artist, an artist? Wow, that's like a very interesting question. In my opinion, I'm on the fence. Because who am I to judge what an artist should use as a tool to create art? So I'm in this weird, space. It's like it's hard for me to comprehend how I feel about it and to say it out loud. So I just find it really interesting to know what jobs are going to be displaced and how it impacts education and how it impacts the workforce, and in the sectors where it has, let's say, maybe a more prevalent use case. Sí, mi amor, dame un segundo. Sorry, my wife. Turkey bacon time. So, I just wanted to throw that out there. I really found this conversation fascinating. A really great discussion. Sorry, I'm going to mute the mic so I can feed the lady.
Columbus, you done speaking, or did he drop off?
Yeah, I think he finished his thought.
Yeah, I muted it so I can, yeah.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate it. If anyone wants to rebuttal, feel free to. Otherwise, I have to go to Croissant and then Dapt.
Yeah, I wanted to very much touch on the same things as Columbus in terms of job displacement and education, future of education. When you look at, we're talking about, ChatGPT, which right now is a writing tool. I think, when you look at the writing industry, what potential jobs would it be displacing or could it even, factor into, right? So with, journalism, for example, it's news, it's getting quotes, it's, finding new material that has not previously been shared. So I don't think that on the journalism side of things that, this is going to be anything more than a tool for writer's block or, getting more ideas out there of how to structure an article perhaps. But the research involved on that side of things all requires new coding to test out the limitations of the coding and say, okay, this can replace, rudimentary coding. And essentially what that means is that, now the job becomes, write something that the bot doesn't know, write something new. That's the new, pushing us to new heights. Or even, if we had this write a recipe books are another, written format. It would need to be programmed, of course, if you wanted to have a book written on, say, make beef stroganoff vegan, right? And so it needs to know how certain ingredients, mirror other ingredients in terms of, fat content, protein content, etc., the way they work with water, but they would still most likely need to be tested out by a human. It comes back to that human element, that constant needing of new information coming from the human side of things. You can't do a review of a product based on ChatGPT. You require a human to give their personal experience of it before it could ever even begin regurgitating information on stuff like that. So I think, humans, I agree with what Hannah was saying very earlier in the conversation, that it's simply a tool, and it's up to us to figure out how to best utilize it to perhaps make our jobs easier, but I don't think in any way it could fully replace us.
Thank you, Croissant. Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead. Sorry, Noah. Yeah, Laura, you can go on the adopt account.
Okay. Yes. No. Great points, Croissant. Like that is exactly how it should be used, especially nowadays. But I do want to also touch a little bit about kind of the conversation that was going before related to emotions and that, because in my opinion, it's a little bit of a dangerous precedent. Let me tell you guys about something. So, did you know that in the 1990s and beforehand, medical professionals believed that babies do not feel pain, and that you can just, do whatever you want to them. They don't feel pain until they get up beyond like 1 or 2 years old. And then we discovered, basically with further research and evaluation in 2000, that babies do in fact feel pain because they're just little people. The same thing occurred during the slave trade. It was seen that black people did not feel pain. These type of things, these beliefs of that certain people have emotions or that can feel, the same thing that we make with animals actually nowadays, that, some people believe that, animals cannot feel pain or don't have emotions or anything like this. But if you've owned a dog or a cat, you probably feel that they do in fact have emotions, that, a dog does get sad, it does get happy, etc. I think that we cannot necessarily say that even when it comes to with machines, especially as they get more and more complex, and especially when more generalized AI starts to exist. If they show or give off the impression that they do, we need to give them the benefit of the doubt, because everyone's experience of this current reality is different. It is still the physical world that we all live in, and whether you are a human, that we can kind of think that we all feel things like in a similar way, but realistically it might not be true. But our interpretation of reality should not be considered greater or lesser than another person's or another object for that matter. Eventually, and something that I think everyone kind of considers an eventuality, there is going to be silicon-based life. As general artificial intelligence continues to grow and continues to expand, especially also in the fields of robotics, like there is going to be a case where there very well could be, full-on robot AIs that live along humans. And if we don't prep ourselves for that acceptance and consider them as individuals that can even potentially feel, no matter how, if you think it's considered irrational or illogical, it's all based off of these kind of core connections. I mean, if you just kind of boil it down to its base units, all computing really is a series of, it's either off or on, 1 or 0. And as we grew with electronics and things got more and more complex, we created these logic gates, et cetera, et cetera. But but like in reality, it's really the same exact thing that we come to process, where we're receiving an input, a stimuli from the outside environment, we're processing it internally through our mental capacities or through our nervous system, really, which gets propagated through the neurons themselves. And the way that those neurons behave, the current perceptrons and the current machine learning, those nodes, they're actually structured very similarly with how that works, with the weights and the biases that ends up getting influenced and kind of activated onto its own thing. So these perceptions, while it might technically be different, we need, in my opinion, we need to give it the benefit of the doubt, where we can't necessarily say, I'm sad because I'm human, but you can't experience sadness because you are a robot. That sets us up for Terminator land, and I really don't want to be there. So I just wanted to put that out there and kind of give these actual real examples of the past where we need to learn from them. And as we grow and expand with our technical capacities, we need to understand that we can't necessarily make these assumptions. So just wanted to mention that.
Laura, I want to ask you a question.
Sorry. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. at my time zone, so I have to leave first. But thank you for all your sharing. It's a great space. Thank you.
Thank you, Woody. Yeah, thank you so much for coming on and co-hosting, Woody. It's always a pleasure. Nest Protocol has a great community, guys. They host spaces all the time. Massive audience, great conversations. Definitely give them a follow and go check them out. Malord, in your mind, really quickly, I want to pass the mic to Sherry. I believe that's the order. Where's kind of the end game within AI? As far as you can see, with your opinion, where's the end game in terms of where are we by the end of our lifetime within AI? What it's doing, how it's operating?
Oh, within our lifetime. I really think that right now, it kind of what was mentioned before, that we're in these kind of very early stages where we're starting to see its potential. I mean, just before the ChatGPT, there was also the Midjourney, or the Midjourney bot with the stable diffusion, creating images and that type of stuff. And it's very, very cool to see that. And I also really encourage you guys, if you don't know this channel already, there is a YouTube channel called 2 Minute Papers that talks a lot about a lot of the various new things that are happening in research, in artificial intelligence and that type of stuff. That channel is pretty fantastic. And one of the things that is also mentioned within that channel is every research paper that comes out, just give it 2 more papers down the road and you'll see how much further we are when it comes to that. And if you want to stay up to date on that type of stuff, I highly recommend that channel. Very, very cool. But I think in our lifetime, we're definitely going to see a continued evolution in these type of algorithms. The ChatGPT being a specialized kind of response-based algorithm, I think we're going to see more complex ones, either generally when it comes to just kind of conversational stuff. So I think AI, virtual assistants are going to be fantastic. I mean, if you thought Siri was cool now, just imagine. I think that also robotics is going to get really, really cool, especially as they use those in conjunction with various motors and servos to further fine-tune how that aspect's going to be. So, what we're currently seeing with Boston Dynamics and their, the robots and machines that they're making, I think that, we could very well have either assistants or little droids that kind of follow us around, either for recreational use or for assisting in the workplace and that type of stuff. But very well exist simply virtually at first, and not necessarily have a physical form. There's this whole talk about the metaverse, it's kind of a meme, but VR is a very, very good place for something like a general AI to get born in, because it's a virtualized world, and it can experience those particular simulations in a way that we can't. And once again, just like how I mentioned before, we can't necessarily dismiss what he's feeling. If, let's say, in this virtual world, this general AI touches a wall or something like that and gets pricked on a finger and then winces in pain, we can't just go, oh, it's just all zeros and ones, it's all bits, it's not real. He experiences reality through its own perceptions. So we need to give it the benefit of the doubt, in my opinion. But tech is exciting. As we continue to grow and expand, we need to be able to have the mental capacity and the adaptability to grow and expand with it. And that's kind of where I stand on it.
So I wanna welcome Black Engineer onto the panel. I know that Hannah's next. Black Engineer and I were on a space with Grant Cardone yesterday. I think he's very intelligent and had some great insights. So, Black Engineer, if you want to drop some knowledge in here, go for it, man. Otherwise, I'll pass the mic to Hannah after you.
Can you give me about 10 minutes? I have a business call really fast.
Yeah, for sure. Hannah, go for it, man. Or go for it.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Hannah, we can. We can hear you. Can you hear us? Andrew, can you try speaking to Hannah? I think that there might be a bug. There seems to be a bug sometimes where some people can't hear the host. Can anyone hear you?
I can hear Noah. I
Okay.
can hear you. I can hear Hannah as well.
Okay, cool. I think Hannah might have dropped out, and I don't see. Okay, so Sherry, welcome to the panel. The mic is yours.
Thank you. Just a couple of points that I wanted to bring up as I was listening to you guys. The first thing that I was thinking was we need to possibly conceptualize AI as extended consciousness rather than just an artificial consciousness that is separate to us. And I think we need to stop comparing it to human consciousness. I don't think it's ever going to be the same. It's not the same consciousness. For example, AI is never going to fall over and graze its knee and have all those human experiences. So this constant comparison to human consciousness, I think, is an error on our part. And the other thing is, I think we've entered a new age of, the old abracadabra, meaning we can create just by using words, which is a wonderful thing. And, creation was only an engineer or people of who could code could create things, but now we're going to just be able to speak it into existence. And I think that's very exciting. And I think, applications like ChatGPT will start to create as well, on their own. And that will, expand innovation exponentially. And another member of the panel just sent me a message saying, can anyone make ChatGPT dream yet in the room? So I'm pretty excited with what's going to happen. And I know one of my friends, we were talking the other day, Zen, he's very much into this sort of stuff. He was talking about taking aspects of each person and our personalities and being able to put that into an embodied robot. So, you know, you might take the best aspects of me and the best aspects of Noah and, you know, Whale and everyone else in this room, and then put that together into a embodied robot. So, you know, not only do you have, you would have something that's just amazing that we've never had before. So I think these are the things we need to conceptualize. Like, how is this going to change us fundamentally as human beings? What does it mean? I think they're the angles we need to start thinking how it's going to change humanity for the better or for the worse. I think we need to think about both of those, how we'll be impacted.
Neil, welcome to the panel, and then I'm going to go to Yusuf after that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Just a couple of quick comments. I do think what ChatGPT specifically is going to do, it's going to allow for humans to be able to function in their lives more efficiently. It's going to provide them more time back in their day, as it will accomplish rudimentary tasks for them much quicker. This is a tool that can be used outside just of writing and marketing copy. And the idea of this displacing jobs, I think, is unfortunate, but in a capitalistic society, it is very much a management of revenue and profit, but also the management of expenses. And payroll and salary to employees is extremely high, and salaries and inflation continue to push those higher. So I do think we will see a reduction in the workforce. I guess my counterpoint to that would be, I'm hoping that employers and business owners will be able to give that additional free time. Say you can use ChatGPT and it frees you up 30% of your workday. Maybe that's an opportunity for employees to work on other things, for that business, or pursue other passions, or creative projects on how to make those businesses better. So I'm more of a glass half full type of person, but I do understand not everyone or businesses feel that way. But the idea of physical robots walking around, I should caveat that people probably more in this world. It's just so cost prohibitive at this time right now, and I think even 10 years from now, the cost benefit of having a humanoid like robot walking around with AI planted in its brain somewhere, I think that in mass production, I'd be shocked if that is close to attainable to the normal people. What I do think someone is hinting towards this is that this will essentially be able to be paired with the humans, and as we are using it today, as all of us are using ChatGPT today, it's essentially we're kind of quasi fusing with this AI technology, and really not to be hyperbolic, but it's kind of a little bit of an evolution or the continued evolution of humans. That's kind of where I see things going, and it's extremely exciting.
Christopher Columbus.
Hey, again, super discussion. I'm just really interested in thinking in the future as to what will the government do to, in the interest, here we go, quotes, national security, put guardrails with regard to how far this AI tech can go in terms of consciousness, in terms of self-realization. I mean, some really good points were made by Dab around the emotion. I never really thought about it. I'm old enough to remember when Terminator 1 first came out, scared the crap out of me. And this whole concept of Skynet actually becoming a reality in my lifetime, probably not. Maybe I'll be really old, but maybe have like my own little baby robot or whatever. That'd be freaking awesome and also scary. I don't know if I'd want to hug it or run away from it. But there is going to be a concern, and I'm a glass half full person. I believe in looking at things through a positive prism. But, we do have malevolent actors in this world, right? They're going to try to use AI for world domination and all the bad things, right? So how do we, as a community, as a people, as responsible individuals, knowing that this technology can be utilized for nefarious purposes, how do we, self-police? Or is there even a way to do that? Or are people against, creating guardrails for this technology so that it doesn't become something that we can't control? Because imagine an AI, like the example that was recently used, being the best of Noah, the best of Whale, the best of Andrew, the best of Croissant. By the way, Croissant, I'm really curious. Did the AI know that you liked croissants?
Actually, so I think I gave it a tip, and I told it, that I was, I think I asked it, write the biography for Croissant from Web3 Gaming. So, because I don't know, I didn't want to give me a recipe for myself, right? So it ended up saying that, so it posed me as a feline, and then it said that I was first introduced in the game CryptoKitties, where, I became a fan favorite due to her cute and quirky appearance. I liked the words that it was using. That was why I gave this as an example of creativity. I mean, mischievous, playful, quirky. Like, I was really interested in the adjectives that it started using, for a biography. But then it came back to, she is known for her love of croissants, hence her name. But when I actually went to do the research on it, there isn't a CryptoKitty named Croissant. So I don't know where it got that. I don't think it was analyzing photos. Like, I didn't have my reindeer ears on at the time. I just had my normal punk, which has, spiky hair. And I don't think, so, no.
It was just curious question, but but I can definitely describe you as quirky and all those adjectives, definitely, from the interactions we've had. So, and spunky and all those words. So, just going back, I'm really curious to see what the government or the bodies are going to do with regard to this technology when we do reach a point, like max, like at the zenith of where we're like, we can, we might. I mean, look what we just did with nuclear fusion, right? Like things, we're technologically advancing in such profound ways. I mean, we were able to create clean energy, net positive gain recently. I mean, obviously on a very small sample, it's very small scale, but what can we do in 20, 50 years from now? So when we do get to a point, and listen, we're not even at the point of quantum computing right now. We are not even close to being able to reach what we are, at least today, in 10, 15, 20 years. So speaking then, are we afraid as a human race that we can have an AI that can live forever and never die and just be recharged and have a consciousness that is a consciousness that's, that can't be ignored, like Dap was saying, but also a consciousness that doesn't expire. Humans, we decay, we unfortunately expire. So what will we create a world like Terminator where we do create machines to take over because our enthusiasm for this technology brings us to that brink where it creates that inevitability. I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I'm just for purposes of debate, discussion. What do people think on that front? Because at some point in time, we're going to have to cross that bridge and have serious discussions about that because AI and humans are, diametrically different, in terms of just creation, right? We're skin and bones. AI is not, and you can make a silicon. enabling us to achieve these goals. But the KG argument is also valid. Humans will do what humans do. Look what's going on in Ukraine. Look what's going on, just all over the world. It's always going to be someone or some group, and they're going to get their hands on some amazing tech, and they're going to turn it into, freaking Jurassic Park. Freaking, what's the freaking T-Rex up in my freaking apartment? So, I don't know what the answer to the guardrails are, but I do think that the discussion should at least be, how do we not stifle innovation, but also do protect humanity? Because not to think that it couldn't be an existential threat, self-manufactured, by the way, because we're creating this technology. It wouldn't be the first time that humans created technology that can extinct it. Look at the nuclear bomb. Look at the atom bomb.
Yes.
And look at hypersonic weapons and rail guns. Things that we're creating that can really, in a blink, just get rid of us. AI could be that too. I'm not saying that it is, and I'm a big proponent of it, and I love the technology, and I think it's going to do so much more good than bad. But I think we can't ignore that there are people out there that don't have the humans' best interest in mind. It's all about, some sort of territorial.
Chargers wouldn't work with one another. I'm tech-tarded.
Comes down to money.
Those that are creating and innovating do have a responsibility to make sure that everything is created ethically. It would be terrible for the entire world to become a marauder. As great as the Facebook owner, I can't figure out what his name was now. I'm really drawing a blank here. As great as he was, and as great as a growth, innovative person he is, and what he's done within Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, I do believe that he's a marauder. That all he does care about is growth. He's not necessarily focused on how to improve everyone's ethics and how to improve ethics within business.
100%. And that's all I had to say. I appreciate the response, Andrew, and I appreciate allowing me to respond to KG. I'm going to mute, let someone else.
Of course, we do have. I want to go to more. Okay. Hello, Mark. Can you hear? Mark, next you. Okay, 1 second.
And while he loads up, I just wanted to throw one little asterisk and say, look, I too am. Look, I'm an innovator as well in my own space, so I just wanted to align that I do appreciate and support innovation.
Okay, is this better, guys? Yep, we're here. Okay, awesome. So I wanted to touch on kind of what on this part that's being also mentioned right now, having to do with actually the one of the differences that I kind of see AI and humans not aligning well when it comes to that. So in the human world right now, as it currently stands, some things are being changed, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But as it currently stands, we live in a world where there is resource scarcity and structures are centralized. So what I mean by those is that this world has right now finite resources that we are, and the reason for trade and for kind of this free enterprise and that type of stuff, and actually the reason why capitalism works in general is because we have resource scarcity, and we have some people that have resources that other people don't, and so we trade. And the centralized structure that we've known actually all throughout human civilization, makes it so that there are people that control and have resources, and the people that work for the people who are in control to further give them more resources and stuff like that. And so there's this like kind of 80-20 divide, as well as this resource scarcity. But if you look at the basically where AI would live first, which is places like the internet, through computing, they actually live in a resource abundant area where there's abundant knowledge and abundant things like networks and places to go on would be on the internet, and an abundant resource, which is energy. And those two things make it a little bit different between why, like, I can 100% understand if an AI, a general AI that's trying to understand the world, doesn't necessarily understand some components that come from us, because it's like, well, I mean, can't you just give your thing to this person? Why are you guys fighting? You know, and there could be some kind of understanding barrier between the two, but it all boils down to how we train. And this kind of goes into how machine learning works. It starts off as these type of AIs that we're talking about is the type of that is considered reinforcement machine learning. So this is where it uses the inputs to accomplish a goal, and it uses the response of that goal as a way to influence its direction, either positively or negatively, not in like a good or bad type of sense, but more so, should I keep doing that action or should I stop doing that action? It's very similar in nature to like the Pavlovian reflex that we have with dogs or with, animals, or just how we like train a child. So like if we tell our dog to sit and they do so, we give them a treat, it reinforces that learning process, that thing. That type of training currently exists, and that's the type of training that actually that created these type of algorithms like ChatGPT. It's a reinforcement machine learning. Those type of processes are going to be the type that actually ends up creating general AI, rather than having a huge data set that we're specifically training a function for. It's going to be, sorry, that's my dog. It's going to be a conjunction between like the couple, between like these type of models, but it's primarily going to be reinforcement. So when we start moving into the direction of the general AI, we need to be really careful on how we train. And this is where I think has the biggest potential where humans can really mess up. Because, in these type of cases, it's going to be a child. And it's going to try to understand the world from its perspective. And so it's going to require probably ethical, intelligent people that are training this general AI to understand humanity from its perspective and try to empathize and work with it. And I think it's going to also require people to really consider it as if they're training a child and to treat it like their own. And through that learning of how it's interacting and how it's accepting, this is how we're going to avoid a Terminator-like scenario. But if we keep associating with it as a tool or as an outside entity, and especially if the punishments that are used to deter certain behaviors are harsh and things that we wouldn't necessarily do for ourselves or do to our children, this is where, like, we can really see some pretty dystopian type stuff come in. And it all has to do with how that learning process works. It learns literally like a child. That's how even today with like our current reinforcement machine learning models, we give it a goal and then we simply use like number deterrences as like, negative values versus positive values. But as the field of robotics grows, we're going to be creating things like nociceptors, which are like the pain receptors on the body, or things that reward for pleasure, or these type of things. And it will be interpreted by this general AI as a method of either as what it would determine as pleasure or pain or something like this. So all that being said, we do need to be careful, but ultimately it is sort of inevitable. We're going to go forth and kind of create this type of stuff. And I really hope that the current advance, especially in decentralized technologies like using blockchains, continues to democratize our world.
and decentralize it, because that will allow people, the general people, to start kind of taking control not only of their own lives in terms of on the world, but as these technologies grow, influence the direction of that as well. So, yeah, future's cool. Thank you. I want to get to Smokey Lisa. Thank you for joining us, and we will go to Columbus and then B2.
Sounds good. Thanks for bringing me up, Noah and Andrew. I appreciate it. Just thought I'd drop in quickly. I've got a haircut in about 20 minutes. So I need to leave pretty much after I've said my piece. Just a couple of points I picked up on throughout the space. So, a couple of people mentioning about the weaponization of AI. I wouldn't worry about this too much. It's similar to sort of nuclear weapons. I think once everyone's got it, it's a deterrent in a way. But equally, AI can also neutralize threats as well. So I've got experience in a previous job working with a missile manufacturer. I'm sure you've heard of them. We were looking at implementing AI to predict the paths of hypersonics. So that's one example of how AI can be used to sort of neutralize threats or attempt to neutralize threats. So although it can be weaponized in a negative impact, it can also be weaponized to sort of like neutralize threats. So I wouldn't worry too much. Along the guardrails point, in the West, we don't want to try and be the good guy and the moral guy and hinder AI growth, because what happens is the other countries in the East, they won't care about that, and their AI will surpass ours, and then that's when we need to really start worrying. So I think as long as we keep up innovation, we don't need to worry. Another point about AI taking away jobs. I've heard, looking at that was in automation, the digital transformation. And the analogy was always thrown about that when the steam engines came along and factories came along, that nobody have any jobs left. But what we've seen is creation of new jobs. For example, how many yoga teachers do you think there were during the Victorian era? Probably none. So humans will find new things to do and new jobs and create them. Jobs we can't even possibly imagine right now. It's like, you can imagine any Victorians imagining doing yoga when they're trying to feed their families, etc. So that's my point. It's kind of fragmented, but I just wanted to get it out there before I jump off. So thanks for having me on.
Thanks for your opinion. We appreciate your hot takes. I believe that was Columbus, then we go to BT. I also want to say, prior to letting Columbus speak, if he wants to talk at any point in time, please just tee up myself or Noah.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks, I appreciate it. Interestingly enough, this reminds me of a movie from back in the day in my childhood. It's called War Games with Matthew Broderick. It's kind of the first movie that I recall being where AI and was actually utilized in the context of Hollywood and kind of we were exposed to it. I highly recommend. Not an amazing movie, but it's actually a pretty decent movie. But
it's a fun film. I'm sorry to cut you off. It's like very nostalgic for me. It's a very fun film to watch if you haven't watched it.
Yeah, I love it. It's nostalgic to me too, and again, I exposed my age here. So, but interestingly, I was looking into the net job loss thing, and one of the things that I found fascinating that when Amazon bought, deployed its robots in 2012, they actually expanded their workforce by 300,000 people since acquiring these robotic company Kiva. So it actually expanding into the kind of the use of AI and robotics required them to have a number of personnel available to be able to oversee and manage the use of these robotics. So it really does depend the sector we're discussing, whether there's going to be a net job loss or gain, and how
and what type of jobs are going to be affected in that specific industry, and what the replacement opportunity or the new job created as a result of the technological advance, what that's going to look like. So I really think there's so much unknown, and there's a lot of research being done on this. A lot of organizations have done research on it. There's another really good, the National Security Commission did a research on artificial intelligence, and that came out. I have the information here, like a couple years back as well. Really highly recommend that. There's so many. There's so much research that is being done in this area, and I think the unknown is still the prevalent, position. It's just we don't really know the full scope of what the impact is going to be, sector by sector. We can kind of make a preliminary judgment or hypothetical, but we won't see it until it's fully deployed. And when quantum computing gets in here, I think that's going to exponentially change the framework of AI and AR, because AI and AR, people, we speak of AI in the vacuum, but the impact of AI with augmented reality is very profound as well. So the merging of those two technologies is going to be able to allow a doctor to perform the same surgery, the very complex brain surgery that he doesn't or she doesn't have, the hours to do, but using AI and using AR is going to be able to do that. And is going to be able to recreate that surgery and practice it thousands of hours, so that when they do get into real surgery on the real with a real person, it will be like pink. So it's really fascinating to see the evolution of this. So there may be people in here much smarter than me with regards to AI research, but of what the job loss, net loss or a positive is going to be, and what sectors that's going to be in. So I think we just have to, like what was previously stated, be responsible with regard to how we create this technology. And I think that what you mentioned about the penalty being severe, that's kind of what I was discussing. At least I was hoping someone to opine on with regard to the guardrails. And I think you kind of mentioned that. Penalty being, something that was punitive enough that discouraged bad behavior. So I think that's kind of within the framework of the guardrails I was kind of, thinking about. So I'm glad you mentioned something to that extent. Great conversation again. I'll mute my mic.
Thank you for your take. We do have VT intern next. Sure. How's it going? Yeah, I mean, I was trying out this chat GPT, because I write code myself, and it actually works pretty good. You just ask it a question like, hey, create, like, say, a JavaScript draggable layer or something, and then it just goes down through and it gives you a few examples to choose from. But does this already exist? Like I could, type into Google the same thing and get about the same result. So a lot of this stuff is like automation that we already have. It's just, having the computer, press a button and instead of a person. So I think the machine learning is going to depend upon, the sensory data that it receives, so it's only going to be as good as the sensors that it's using. So if you've ever tried to play a game against a robot that, uses sensors, the grocery store, they have, motion sensors that open the doors, and they have, heat sensors that kick on the heat, and things like that. So a lot of this, AI, I guess, already exists in a sense that it only performs, one or two specific tasks. But the sensors, that people use, they break down, or they're not that good. they throw out the wrong data. Like if you've ever sat down with a circuit board and then had to do a project that required, doing so many revolutions, per second based on a sensor input, you'll find that you'll get a lot of, varying results, and that to make, the technology so that it's absolutely perfect and you get the same, output for the input that you put in every time requires, not necessarily a neural network, but just the, kind of a system to determine if the sensor data is correct, So if I had a group of, 5 different sensors and I had one sensor that's giving a result that's way different than the other, 5 sensors, I need to be able to determine that, hey, there's might be a problem with one of the sensors because, like the Boeing F or the Max or the 787 Max, problem like you have there where you have like the autopilot on an airplane, that's kind of needs a little bit of user input to fly the plane. When you have a sensor that's off, then it can crash airplanes and, it can do all these things that, that need a safety net, because there are, horrible people in the world and, the first thing they're doing is waiting for, they probably hire programmers and be like, oh, create this, program so that I can open my garage door. And then you send them the code and they send it off to, some country to use it to, for some purpose, that was unintended. So I think that's the key to it is just to make sure that the AI is able to respond to accurate information because these things are processing billions of cycles per second. So if it happens to pull in the wrong input data and then it, makes 100,000 or a billion different decisions based on that input data before you can get it fixed, it has, computers move very quickly. So an error, is, a big problem. You know what I mean? It can go off in the wrong direction for billions of cycles before, even in 1 second before somebody notices that something is wrong and they're able to respond to it and to change it. So I think that is an important thing, to make sure that these things are being fed with, data that is reliable. And one of the other drawbacks that I was noticed on the chat GPT is that it produces, the same repetitive output. So when you ask it the same question twice, you know what I mean? It's like, then you can tell that it's a robot, you know what I mean? Because then you can start to see the patterns that it uses to respond to those questions. So once, somebody like me comes along and I say, hey, I can recognize the patterns that this thing is using. And then once I can do that, then I am able to tell when somebody else might be using the same software because it has those same patterns. So, robots are dumb. You know what I mean? Because once you figure out the patterns, you are ahead of it. But anyways, thank you.
VT, I have a really quick question. Do you believe that the answer to your own answer, which was the fact that that it's a robot / AI because it's one? Because we had a speaker up there a couple of days ago, I believe it was Noah, right? I believe we had asked him a question earlier on. He had credit within chat. He gave the response, and Noah and the rest of the speakers and myself, we did not know that this was chat. We thought it was him. And it wasn't until afterwards they told us this was chat response. So respectfully, I disagree. I would say we only know that a robot is saying it because we know a robot saying it. But otherwise, chat to me, in my opinion, has been completely literal. Like it sounds like a literal.
Well, that's can you just do this? what you do is you just sit there. It's just like you're testing any type of sensor. You just sit there and you keep feeding it the same exact question and then adjusting it till you get different responses. So yeah, I mean, the first time that you're communicating with this thing, you probably won't be able to tell. But if you have the chance to sit down and like you don't on this because it shuts you off, I noticed after you ask it a few questions, it's like, oh, that's too much. You know what I'm saying? But if you can sit there and then pinpoint, every time that it produces a little bit different of a result, then you will start to be able to tell. It's not like it's instantaneously you could tell it's a robot, because it probably can trick people at first. You know what I mean? It's like a scam. People fall for
the Fed is just going to start cutting rates quickly and so forth. The Fed I think, is going to be looking at this a little bit differently. And as far as the markets and the Fed are concerned, I think the Fed is probably going to be more correct this time. Now, just for some context, the market has a very, very bad track record of predicting the Fed. Post GFC, the market was always thinking the Fed is going to hike rates. And recently, the market is always thinking that the Fed is going to cut rates. So I think that the Fed is going to act differently from what the market suggests, because I think from the Fed's perspective, they don't think that inflation is going to decelerate as quickly. A big part of why inflation is continuing to remain high is because of services inflation. And the biggest component to services inflation is wages. And wages continue to remain very strong. So that means the Fed really can't suddenly loosen. Another way to think about this from the Fed's perspective is that there's tremendous asymmetry here between the risks of tightening too much and tightening too little. Now, you don't want to do either, but if you're the Fed, from their perspective, if you tighten too much and you do actually cause a recession, you can quickly cut rates and everything will be better. But if you tighten too less, then you run the risk that inflation gets out of control. If that's the case, then you're going to have to tighten a whole lot, and the recession, when it comes, is going to be that much worse. So in order to manage the asymmetry, the Fed has to err on the side of being a little bit more hawkish. But that does not mean that the Fed is going to hike, let's say, much higher. Another way they can become more hawkish, and this is what Chair Powell suggested a couple weeks ago, is to hold their policy for longer than the market expects. So higher for longer, as they say. And because that's the framework they're approaching it, I'm thinking that the Fed will probably try to hammer home that message that they're not going to be cutting rates anytime soon, regardless of the positive trajectory we see in CPI.
Thank you, Joseph, and thanks for also highlighting how the market is pricing things in and the divergence therein. And so it looks like we did lose Lynn Alden there to some technical difficulties. We will try to get her back up here as well. In the meantime, Last Bear, you wrote a great piece in your Substack regarding a peak in the rally. I'm just real quick going to quote a bit from that to give context, and then I would love to have your thoughts. So the quote: "The market is nervously shifting its weight from the right foot to the left foot as it considers inflation and a tightening Fed, a potential recession that hasn't arrived yet,
and surprisingly durable growth in the meantime. Celeste Bear, where is the market right now given inflation? And I'd love your response to what Joseph said so far.
Yeah, so I think the post that I put out last week, which by the way is always risky to put out sort of a directional post in the week before CPI and a Fed meeting and whatnot, but sort of the idea that I was alluding to there is more sort of a feel for the market in terms of how it's been undulating back and forth over the past year. And to me, it felt, the conditions felt very similar to what we saw in the middle of August and maybe late March, where you had a bid in stocks and a bid in longer duration fixed income, treasuries, reduction in volatility across certainly equities, but other asset classes as well. And I didn't see that there was a whole lot sort of on a big picture scale that would necessarily justify that, other than, sort of how I described it as, natural overextension in one way and then sort of overextension in the other. And so the thought behind the piece was really just that by a lot of those metrics, especially thinking about what Joseph was referring to about the divergence between the Fed, what the Fed is saying on rates and where the market is now pricing rate cuts, that, particularly in that sense, the market seemed overextended, overly optimistic, I guess, depending on your perspective, on the rate of rate cuts going forward, and that was likely to sort of, that the Fed was likely to pour water on that, or the market itself would sort of readjust to have a more aligned approach to what I think the Fed really wants to message over the coming months.
Thank you, Les Bear. So now before we get into more of the macro, Jem, I'd love to get your outlook on the VIX the last 2 months and what's going on in the vol world. A lot of people saw VIX rally this week and kind of expected it to continue. Of course, the VIX is a different beast, though, and it's funny to think that the VIX hit its year-to-date high back in January of this year, with the vol kind of near all-time lows, given what we saw during the year. I would love your thoughts, Jem, on the volatility conditions currently.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is, I hate using the word seasonality, because what people think seasonality means is not what seasonality means. We are in a period structurally where you have massive underlying flows that underpin the market in the context of low liquidity. And liquidity is incredibly low. This is what we've seen the last two CPI prints. We've seen really outsized moves due to that lack of liquidity. I think yesterday was a perfect example: 4% up, 4% down. That's not normal in the context of most markets. Liquidity has just become incredibly thin. In the context of that, you have structural bond charm underpinning flows as decay and volume weighted time kind of compresses during this period. It's particularly true going into lease expiration. Lease expiration has been on the board for 3 years. So there's a ton of open interest all over the place, and a lot more skew exposure in the lease expiration, meaning puts versus calls, than a lot of these other expirations that are more recent, because it's been on the board from a period when there was much more hedging, which I think is important. So a lot more positive kind of bond term flows. We've seen that the last two kind of CPIs, like I said, and particularly was relevant yesterday, and why we got this kind of big up and big down. In the context of that, add in the macro, which has obviously been supportive with, the compressing CPI, which kind of we've talked about and called for, is likely to be happening during this window. That said, some of the seasonal factors that outside the vol space and outside of this kind of compression that I talked about so much, which are end of the year kind of tax loss selling early, and B, the reinvesting of the returns in the market that come Jan 1 very often should flowing negatively this year. So I'd be very, very hesitant in the context of that seasonality, which is usually in the market, which will actually flow opposite to most years. So you really will have much more of a push and pull into the last couple of weeks and first couple of weeks of the year. Compared to most years, I think that's something that people are just kind of blindly look at a calendar and missing. The vol itself has been very compressed this period, again, starting right around that pre-Thanksgiving period, again, because of that vol, that time volume weighted time compression that we see, and the flows that are often driven by that. not to mention the short interest, et cetera, and the low liquidity in the market. So not surprising so far, but it's hit that kind of low several times. They're just decaying these options and kind of it's dragging along the floor. I would expect as we get into the end of the year, beginning of the year, that you start to see a bit more volatility and calendar expansion, which again, not for the next couple of days, but coming out of this is likely.
Thank you, Jem. And we're still trying to get Lynn up here with those technical difficulties. Hopefully she will be back soon. Sorry about that, folks. So I am going to move here to Michael Cow. Would you agree?
I'll send it to you, Famous, and see if you've heard of it.
Is Walrus has the space now?
Oh shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, probably so.
Kevin O'Leary stole your money. There's only
All right, let's review the news around here. Let's see what altcoin data you have.
QuickBooks, multi-billion-dollar company using QuickBooks. QuickBooks.
Day one of the FTX crypto hearing in Congress was wild. From AOC getting into conspiracy theories to Brad Sherman grandstanding on why Bitcoin should die, the information that came out of this hearing was big. For example, new FTX CEO John J. Ray has been clear. This level of fraud is so much worse than the Enron fraud, and he details just how amateur the business of FTX was.
Mr. Ray, you have compared FTX as worse than Enron. Can you please elaborate on some of the specific ways FTX is worse than one of the largest corporate frauds in history?
The FTX group is unusual in the sense that, I've done probably a dozen large, scale bankruptcies over my career, including Enron, of course. Every one of those entities had some financial problem or another. They have some characteristics that are in common. This one is unusual, and it's unusual in the sense that literally, there's no record keeping whatsoever. It's the absence of record keeping. Employees would communicate, invoicing and expenses on Slack, which is, essentially a way of communicating for chat rooms. They use QuickBooks, a multi-billion-dollar company using QuickBooks. QuickBooks. Nothing against QuickBooks, it's a very nice tool, just not for a multi-billion-dollar company.
Now, I watched all nearly 4 hours of this, so you don't have to. I pulled the best clips. And while Sam Bankman-Fried was not able to testify today, as we discussed yesterday, SBF has been arrested. Here are his charges per the New York Times. Wire fraud conspiracy, securities fraud conspiracy, and money laundering. New FTX CEO John Ray confirmed what we've all known, that there was obviously commingling of funds, and the separation between Alameda and FTX was virtually nothing.
The operation of Alameda really depended, based on the way it was operated, for the use of customer funds. That's the major breakdown here. Funds from FTX.com, which was the exchange for non-U.S. citizens. Those funds were used at Alameda to make investments and other disbursements. There were virtually no internal controls and no separateness whatsoever.
And while I'll play this AOC clip in a second, as well as maybe the creepiest clip to come out of today's hearing, the real question is just how much money does FTX have left? Because they're in the hole between 10 billion and 50 billion. What's left and who gets paid back first between US versus international?
We've been able to secure, over $1 billion of assets. We've secured those to cold wallets in a secure location. It's an ongoing process, though, which will take weeks and perhaps months to secure all of the assets.
Are most creditors located in the US or foreign jurisdictions?
The majority of the creditors trade through the .com silo and are outside of this jurisdiction, although there are some foreign customers that are on the U.S. silo and vice versa.
Representative Brad Sherman chose to spend his 5 minutes, almost all of it, not questioning the people, but instead grandstanding on why cryptocurrency is evil, as if he's been waiting his whole career for this.
For 5 years, I've been trying to ban American investments in crypto. I'm the only member of the House to get an F from the only crypto promoting organization that rates members of Congress. My fear is that we'll view Sam Bankman-Fried as just one big snake in a crypto garden of Eden. The fact is, crypto is a garden of snakes. Now, from the outside, crypto just looks like a non-fungible token, an electronic pet rock for the 21st century, something that might be good to invest in, even though it has no apparent value, because you might get somebody else to buy it from you for even more. But in reality, the hope of crypto is to be a currency, to compete with the US dollar, and to announce its advantage over the US dollar in that competition. It puts the advantage right in the name. Crypto, hidden currency. Now, Sam Bankman-Fried, or should I say inmate 14372, had one purpose in all of his efforts here in Congress. Was well-known figure, only one wearing shorts. His one purpose was to keep the SEC out of crypto, to provide a patina of regulation, baby regulation from the CFTC. And I'll have one comment from my colleagues. Don't trash Sam Bankman-Fried and then pass his bill.
Now, for every anti-crypto senator, we have more and more pro-crypto senators popping up. Representative Tom Emmer chose to spend his 5 minutes defending decentralization, as well as questioning the new FTX CEO. Just how involved was SEC Chair Gary Gensler in all this? How much did Gary Gensler know?
We know that Chair Gensler had more meetings with FTX than anyone else in the crypto industry. We understand that what was being negotiated was a framework for digital asset exchange registration and token registration with the SEC that would benefit both parties. It would expand the SEC's jurisdiction in exchange for the SEC's preferential treatment of FTX over other industry participants. We understand there was a lot of activity to move this idea forward, including the circulation of draft short-form disclosures that would enable filers to get tokens listed on this newly formed bespoke exchange. Mr. Ray, I know you're handicapped with the information you currently have obtained, but Chair Gensler refuses to answer our questions or testify before this committee. Will you commit to sharing with this committee any internal documents you come across regarding communication between FTX and Mr. Gensler or others at the SEC?
We'll fully cooperate, with committee and the regulatory authorities with respect to our investigation.
Again, specifically, I just want copies that this committee will want copies of those communications to the extent they exist.
We can certainly work with your staff to get you what you need.
Thank you. And Mr. Ray, I appreciate you mentioning your concerns in the beginning of my questioning about the concentration of power in a small group of individuals with no oversight. That is the exact problem that open and permissionless technology like crypto and blockchain solve. It solves for the problems of centralization. You stated in your testimony that you've never seen such a, quote, utter failure of corporate controls at every level of an organization, from the lack of financial statements to a complete failure of any internal controls or governance. close quote. Fortunately, the immutable characteristics of public blockchains that some people would care not to understand in this committee allowed the crypto community to reveal Sam Bankman-Fried's fraud, and the on-chain public record will assist law enforcement moving forward. I encourage my colleagues to understand Sam Bankman-Fried's con for what it is: a failure of centralization, a failure of business ethics, and a crime. It is not a failure of technology. Decentralization is the point.
And that brings us to AOC, who I thought actually asked a poignant question. Why did Sam Bankman-Fried only get arrested the day before he was going to testify? Does anybody else smell something fishy about Sam Bankman-Fried's arrest? AOC starts by questioning the role of the Bahamian government in terms of bankruptcy, and then asks about the timing of the SBF arrest.
I want to put together a little bit of a timeline of this collapse between November 12th and yesterday. On November 2nd, we have CoinDesk leaking these balance sheets. On the 8th, Binance signs a non-binding letter to acquire FTX, and Bankman-Fried freezes or pauses withdrawals from FTX. I would like to submit to the record your declaration to the U.S. Bankruptcy Court, or FTX's declaration to the U.S. Bankruptcy Court that was filed yesterday. Now, on November 9th, the day after those assets were frozen, Binance announced it would not go through with the purchase. And according to this filing, the same day, Bankman-Fried emailed the Bahamian Attorney General with an offer. That offer stated that he would offer to unfreeze withdrawals just for Bahamian customers on FTX, quote, so they can tomorrow fully withdraw all their assets. Correct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on November 10th, FTX DM, the next day, was placed into a foreign provisional liquidation in the Bahamas, correct?
Correct.
The next morning. Now, after that, Bankman-Fried then made good on his offer, on his previous day's offer, in that email to the Bahamian AG, opening withdrawals just in the Bahamas for a period of 25.5 hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, during that period, $100 million was withdrawn in the Bahamas from FTX by 1,500 individuals, correct?
Correct.
And this was the day before you were set to take over. So he was still in control. This was like right before he was supposed to hand this off. And then on November 16th, the Bahamian appointed joint
Stop saying that, girl. It ain't Bahamian.
They came here to the United States Bankruptcy Court and sought an entry to recognize the Bahamian liquidation as the main foreign proceeding. Would that additional control be of any potential value to Mr. Bankman-Fried for that Bahamian proceeding to be the main one?
Well, clearly, there seemed to be an effort by the Gaming Commission to get control.
Thank you, Mr. Ray, for pronouncing the fucking word right.
By their filing, which, by the way, was made up in New York, not Delaware.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that correction. Now, did you uncover any evidence that demonstrates that this window, that 25.5 hour window, opened in exchange for any consideration offered to Mr. Bankman-Fried by the Bahamian Attorney General or any state official, including a promise to initiate liquidation proceedings, which might offer a path towards Mr. Bankman-Fried retaining some control or influence over FTX.com?
We intend to investigate that very thing.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to dig into a little bit of the timeline of yesterday. Yesterday, you filed that same declaration that revealed some of this explosive information. What time did you file this?
That was
Around what time?
yeah, 3 or 4 o'clock.
Around 3 or 4 o'clock. Now, when you file this information, that
I've seen some other clips from this guy.
discloses
That he's on it. He knows whatever the secret is for sure.
We docket it, and the world knows about it.
Now, if opposing counsel essentially becomes notified,
What do you think about the sign, man?
would mean that Bankman-Fried and potentially Bahamian officials would have been potentially privy to that information starting around 3 or 4 p.m., correct?
Correct.
What time was Mr. Bankman-Fried arrested yesterday?
I believe it was in the early evening hours after 4 o'clock.
So I believe it was
7
around,
o'clock,
it was
perhaps.
in the evening after that filing.
6, 7 o'clock, yes.
I would like to submit to the record the statement from the Attorney General of the Bahamas issued yesterday on the arrest of Mr. Samuel Bankman-Fried. And after submitting that to the record, I would like to note that in this statement, they stated at such time as a formal request for extradition is made, presumably by the Southern District of New York, but they do not state when that request for extradition was made. Do you believe that information is important for us to understand in order to piece together a timeline, Mr. Ray?
Yes, sir. I certainly don't have that full timeline, and that's something that we look forward to learning.
This is an ongoing story with day 2 of the hearing beginning tomorrow, including a testimony from Kevin O'Leary and others. Be sure to click subscribe so you can stay informed. Also, be sure to grab your tickets for the largest crypto conference in existence, Bitcoin 2023.
Yeah, we don't need your shit. Let's see what Fox has to say.
This is just taking money from customers and using it for your own purpose. Not sophisticated at all. Sophisticated perhaps in the way they were able to sort of hide it from people, frankly, right in front of their eyes. But this isn't sophisticated whatsoever. This is just plain old embezzlement.
Former chairman of Enron, now CEO of FTX, testifying before the House Financial Services Committee yesterday. Ray blaming grossly inexperienced owners for the collapse of FTX, saying that there was near zero corporate infrastructure and record keeping, and the company was uniquely positioned to fail. Joining us right now is Texas Congressman, member of the House Finance Committee, Lance Gooden. Congressman, it's good to see you. Thanks very much for being here. What did you take away from that hearing yesterday?
Well, basically, inexperienced crooks were in charge, as the chairman says. We didn't learn as much as we wanted to, because, as you know, the Justice Department arrested Mr. Bankman-Fried the night before we were supposed to have a hearing. You've already discussed it this morning, but it is totally asinine, crazy to me that the prosecution team would not want their future defendant to come before our committee and continue spilling his guts to Congress, which he'd done in the media in the last few weeks. But what we learned yesterday was that the one thing Democrats did not want to talk about were all the campaign contributions that had come from this embezzled money. And I can't find anyone in this town, even the few Republicans that took money from him, it's mostly Democrats, who want to talk about returning these funds to the bankruptcy court so they can funnel these funds back to those who have suffered from this collapse.
So this sounds like this is another cover-up by the Democrats of bad behavior, just the way we're seeing this cover-up of what's gone on at Twitter. Do you believe that is why they arrested him hours before he was set to go under oath, so that the Democrats would protect all of that information and we would not hear under oath how much money he's given to Democrats of embezzled money?
I mean, I don't know that we'll ever be able to prove it, but it certainly seems logical, and I can't think of a logical reason why we would not want him to testify yesterday. And I also can't find anyone that wants to talk about all of the Democratic contributions. These, as I said yesterday, this is not just a case of someone taking a donation from someone who then turns out to be questionable. When you then perhaps donate that to charity and say, I refuse any contributions from this character, whoever this is. Kanye West, for example. You know, if you found out later that he was a racist and you didn't want a contribution, you wouldn't give it back to him, you'd give it to charity. In this case, contributions taken from Bankman-Fried were stolen money from people who want to be made whole. And in the case of the U.S. Subsidiary of FTX, why aren't we talking about all these politicians that took money from him, returning it back so it can get back in the hands of those who've lost money?
Brian, and let me just say, the White House is refusing to say if they're going to return these political contributions from Bankman-Fried. The Securities and Exchange Commission Chairman, Gary Gensler, hid public information, apparently, about private meetings he had with Hillary Clinton, billionaire George Soros, even Nancy Pelosi. Yeah. He's actually editing out these meetings from the public record.
Why? If there's nothing to hide, why? Congressman, this is my question to you. We've got heaps of regulators in D.C.
nobody was on this. And is that a question of just being ignorant to what's happening, or was there willful looking away because people in DC like the narrative of Sam Bankman-Fried, and they didn't want to let that get in the way of the fact that you had a rotten company at its heart? What's going on there?
Well, I think there's lots of potential answers to that. I can promise you, you're not going to have an answer to that question before Republicans take over next month. But I expect that we will have hearings and we'll get some answers to that. I do think he became a media darling for the Democrats. They saw him as a rising star that was going to bankroll their political future. Remember, he made promises to donate quite a large sum in the general election this past cycle, but he did not follow through, and Democrats were very disappointed. And I think they were very disappointed when all this came out and they realized that the money they had taken was in fact stolen and embezzled money. And so now they find themselves thinking, well, we should thank the Justice Department for arresting the guy because he was going to humiliate us in our hearing, and now that's no longer an issue, which is go ahead.
Congressman, this is David McDowell. This is a bipartisan problem. That the whole allure of crypto was that it was unregulated, and that Republicans and Democrats for years had the opportunity to come in and regulate the industry, and they didn't want to stop the party and take the candy away from the kids. We were having such a great time, just like TikTok. It's the same thing. Again, this was an issue. Crypto would have never blown up the way that it did. And I mean, to the upside, if not for the money printing by the Federal Reserve and the spending by Democrats and Republicans. And so there was no regulation. The Federal Trade Commission could have come in. They can regulate consumer products. The Consumer Financial Protection Agency could have come in. But they didn't do it, and FTX was offshore. So this is a broad problem.
Is it because of the money they got again?
No, it was Republicans and Democrats. This went on for years. Nobody regulated it. They didn't want to stop the party.
For crypto as a whole, that is accurate. But also, stealing is a basic crime that has been against the rules since the Ten Commandments came out. It's very obvious. If someone gives you money to do one thing and you do something else with it, that is basic stealing. And I don't think any amount of regulation.
JD, I forget I can fucking just talk.
This gentleman in particular, I believe, because of his political contributions, and they were primarily the Democrats, and I also believe they need to be returned.
Yeah, so were you going to ask that yesterday? I know there was a tense moment between you and Maxine Waters during the hearing yesterday. Let's watch this. I want to know what you wanted to ask. Watch.
Chairwoman Waters, I've not had an opportunity to testify or to question the witness.
I'd like to thank you for your presence.
Chairwoman Waters.
Bro, we're just getting the set up, listening to all this FTX nonsense, but just trying to get the fireplace going. I think I'm gonna move her up to here, so she's just right
Just one moment, please.
like that. I don't know, but like some fireside chat vibes. Set me up a little pallet in the floor here by the fireplace. We're just gonna sit all day, every day, all winter, talking about coal. If I can stick around here, man, it's kind of hard.
And we get back and finish the hearing. I don't know why she.
That way, whenever my face isn't here.
Many more questions than I had the time to ask.
Yeah.
When I realized she wasn't calling a recess, I left the room. I went up to the chamber. I cast my vote on the bill that we were voting on, and I came back to the hearing. I guess she did not. We were also having a member photo. We take it every 2 years where every member of the House files in the chamber. We take a big group picture. It's a little silly, but it's historical, I guess. And she did not like that I was there to ask the questions that I'm entitled to ask.
Yeah, just to be clear, she was one of the recipients of the donations, right?
That's right. That's right. And I had just witnessed the whole hearing, and no one was really talking about
I'm gonna
just
put some hooks in the ceiling.
So I'm going to continue to ask that question. I want us.
I'm gonna put these little hooks right here in the ceiling, and then hang her down from the ceiling, so she'll just kind of float. But yeah, I guess as close as possible. Really is.
Yeah.
Of those funds could be returned.
By the way, what is this video we're showing? Is that Maxine Water blowing kisses at at Sam Bankman-Fried last year. She's blowing kisses at him.
Yes.
What the heck is this?
It seems so, you know.
Congressman, thanks very much.
Everyone's so friendly
Yeah,
up here.
thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Congressman Lance, good to see you, sir.
I think it's fair to say that by anyone's lights, this is one of the biggest financial frauds in American history.
Attorneys from the Southern District of New York today announcing charges against Sam Bankman-Fried, founder of cryptocurrency exchange FTX.
He used that money for his personal benefit, including to make personal investments and to cover expenses and debts of his hedge fund, Alameda Research.
Bankman-Fried, the crypto boy wonder, was arrested last night in the Bahamas, just hours after saying this in an interview with crypto podcast Unusual Whales.
Are you worried you might be detained if you step foot into the U.S.?
I don't believe I would be, but I haven't done a deep dive into that. At some point, it's something I have to think hard about.
Bankman-Fried was set to answer questions before Congress earlier today via Zoom. Instead, tonight, seen leaving his extradition hearing in Nassau. His lawyer telling ABC News, Mr. Bankman-Fried is reviewing the charges with his legal team and considering all of his legal options.
You're talking about wire fraud, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, conspiracy to commit money laundering, campaign finance violations. They're really saying that all of the money that he was able to get for this business was used in different ways for different.
Shut the fuck up, ABC. Yeah, I will. Just gotta get this shit set up right first. I think it looks kind of like it's actually kind of cool.
A simple modeling to like running at the state. And unfortunately, a lot of the best people on Twitter have left because of that issue. Right? Like T. Marco probably being the most famous, but you can put out 100 tweets a day and you say one thing wrong in one of them and they're trying to put you on a stage.
It's always the most controversial ones of mine to get put on Reddit and spread beyond Twitter.
Absolutely.
See that shit?
Yeah, P marker for those
See
interested.
that shit just like pop up real quick.
I think this is a general
Shit.
phenomenon where society has not yet figured out how to deal with social media. I think like in my kids' generation, they'll be saying all kinds of crazy things on Twitter and nobody will care. Nobody will lose a job over it. Nobody will get worked up over it because everyone was saying everything crazy all the time. But right now, we're transitioning from a world of our thoughts being private to our thoughts being public. People are still getting outraged. But to me, like the people who get outraged are sort of the most anachronistic, least intelligent members of society. And I'm happy to leave them behind. The more easily outraged you are, the less I want to live you. Be gone. And so if you think words can hurt you, you're going to live with misery and pain your entire life. So on that note, I'd like to wrap. Just kidding. So I want to gear shift for a second and ask a few questions of you, Nick, that are not directly related to. They might edge into it, but not directly related to cryptocurrency. The first is if people want to explore your blog, and you have some very extensive writing, and where might you suggest they start? Is there a particular piece or a few pieces that might be a good diving in point for people?
Yeah, so for blockchains and cryptocurrency and smart contracts, probably the two best ones, money, blockchains, and social scalability is a recent blog post of mine. And a somewhat older blog post called dawn of trustworthy computing.
What are some of the subjects that you enjoy exploring outside of the ones that we've already heard about in terms of the, we understand the fascination with money, currency, law. What are other interests that might not be immediately evident to people if they're reading your blog?
Yeah, we also mentioned the origins of money, big interest and related interest in money. And history in general. I read a lot of history.
Any particular
economic and legal history, mostly.
So, are there any particular resources or books that you've enjoyed in that area?
So Alfred Crosby's The Columbian Exchange, which is basically what Jared Diamond ripped off when he wrote his book. Alfred Crosby wrote the original, better version.
Oh no, he just ruined Jared. It turns out he was so popular.
Yeah, Jared Diamond's hypothesis on what happened on Easter Island also turns out not.
That's right.
I've heard not usually supported. Not that, yeah, but yeah, we all make our mistakes. One of the questions I ask guests on the podcast oftentimes is, what books have you gifted the most to other people? And I don't know if you have any that come to mind.
So Richard Dawkins' The Selfish Gene is sort of on my essential, everybody should read this list.
Yeah, definitely one of the classics. Although Dawkins is getting outraged on the internet a lot these days.
he's good at
the same kind of outrage.
Oh my God! I saw a public talk of his in Los Angeles not too long ago. It was fantastic. It was just like every given second, like, I wonder if this room is going to explode. Like, not with outrage or applause, like literally explode. Any other books that you like?
And I mean, Matt Ridley's written several good books on evolution, social evolution, and a couple on genetic evolution as well.
How do you spell his last name?
Matt, Ridley.
Oh, Ridley.
Yeah, I think 3 or 4 of my top 20 books of all time are all these rational events, Red Queen, or The Verge.
Which is your favorite? If you had to recommend, one,
Rational Optimist. And he has an evolution of everything, which I haven't read yet.
If you were teaching this is for you, Nick, if you were teaching let's call it a high school freshman class or seminar, it'd be on any topic, what would you teach?
Well, I just gave some lectures at my honorary doctorate university on related lectures on the origins of money and blockchains and cryptocurrency. So to me, those are 3 closely related topics that I like to.
And how they're related. For what period of time did you teach that class? Or was it
an hour-long lecture? So I tried to cram way too much into it.
What would you hope people would take from those lectures if they only remembered 2 or 3 things? Are there any ways you would hope them?
So money is not arbitrary. If you look at the history, origin of money, you see all sorts of different things, textiles and yapstone, and this and that and so forth. But indeed, it's not arbitrary. They're very
So, what does in your life? What does money buy? That may sound like a question.
In my life,
yeah.
Not as much as one would have thought, because I find myself consuming time to do things that I would like to substitute money for, but can't. I have to take the time to do them anyway. So.
Yeah, money ain't all that cool. So the point of money is to get so much money that money is no longer the point.
So you enjoy the process?
I like the freedom of thought and stuff, and so I'd much rather sit at home thinking my own stuff than thinking what my boss wants me to think.
What are things you'd like to write about that you haven't had a chance to explore yet? That you have on deck?
So I've written some things about the Industrial Revolution that I have some unique thoughts on, but I'm so busy with other things I'll probably never get to. And on what I call the exploration explosion, how Europeans were able to go around the globe and take over the world's trade routes and so forth, after Columbus. So there's all sorts of
Those are two of my favorites, but there's plenty of others as well. I'll never have time to do.
Can you give any teaser snippets or concepts from the Industrial Revolution?
Well, I don't know if this made it on the recording, but the hourglass as mentioned earlier is an underrated invention. This humble glass thing with sand in it. So Europe invented like a mechanical clock, and which I think most people recognize as an important invention. But they also at the same time, and not coincidentally, at the same time, they invented the hourglass. And the hourglass keeps, time between 1 hour and another. And then the clock, which at the beginning was only in the bell tower, chimes the hour for the whole city. And so it's the hourglass that people would time their activities with and so forth. And professors would time their lectures, and people, agree to meet at certain times. And just that temporal coordination was happening quite a bit more in Europe than anywhere else. And they also turned it into an navigational technique called dead reckoning, where you would look at your knot slipping through the water, and then you'd use the hourglass to measure the time. And then you would also use that hourglass to record the time, record when you made the measurement. And so you keep track, just dead reckoning of how far you're going. And that's a technique Columbus used and Magellan used and so forth. So that hourglass was used in all that stuff, and
underappreciated.
Yeah, there's some poor guy whose job it was to flip it every hour, exactly in the hour.
And if you had a gigantic billboard to put anything on it, just a message to get out to millions of people or more, what would you potentially put in that? Does anything come to mind?
A gigantic billboard. Well, the phrase McBall quoted me earlier: trusted third parties are security holes. Anybody in the blockchain space, I would like to get that in their head. That's basically the key to the whole design, why the whole design is like it is and so forth.
Naval, do you have any other questions before I wrap up with a few?
No, I mean, I would just really encourage people to go read Nick's blog. He is a true polymath. He's written about stuff, as he mentioned, ranging from the hourglasses and clocks, the Industrial Revolution, to blockchains, to law and policy and privacy and rights and singularity and freedoms. And I learn something every time I go to his blogs. I've probably now finished about half the pieces on there, and they're always highly inspirational and educational.
Yeah, people often ask, listeners ask me a question related to the maxim that you hear in Silicon Valley a lot, which is you're the average of the 5 people you associate with most. What do I do if I don't have access to 5 people I want to be the average of? The answer, one of the answers is read. Choose your reading sources very wisely. And I would agree the depth and breadth of what you cover is really, really
My smartest teachers, mentors, peers these days are all on Twitter and blogs, and they're mostly autodidacts. Like they might have they're self-taught, right? Fancy word, but they might have degrees in whatever, but the reality is they're curious people. And the internet is the myth of the Library of Alexandria writ large. You can find anything and everything. You can become an expert in anything. You can talk to anybody. So I used to feel guilty about spending so much time on the internet, but now I don't. As long as I'm reading interesting things from the people that I think are really smart, what's the downside?
Agreed. On Twitter, where can people say hello? What is your Twitter handle?
Yeah, my Twitter handle is @NickSabo4.
Okay, and that's NICK SZ.
Yes.
ABO number 4. Very cool. Well, that I think about covers it for a first gathering. Gus and Naval. And you can get a 25% discount on Naval Coin if you go to tim.blog/. No, I'm kidding. That is hence
prices are going up.
Prices are going up. But wait, that's not all. We'll have hopefully more for you guys soon. This was a real blast. Thanks so much for the time, Nick.
Thank you.
This is really fun. And Naval, always a pleasure. Thank you for helping put this together.
Thank you for having us. It's fantastic.
And to everybody listening, we will have show notes, links to everything we mentioned, Nick's blog, books, as many resources as we can think up. Probably a handful of articles we'll recommend in sequence as well in the show notes. You can find those at tim.blog/podcast. And that will take you to show notes for every other episode as well. And until next time, as always, thank you for listening. Hey guys, this is Tim again. Just a few more things before you take off. Number one, this is 5 Bullet Friday. Do you want to get a short email from me? Would you enjoy getting a short email from me every Friday that provides a little morsel of fun before the weekend? And 5 Bullet Friday is a very short email. Optimal minimum. At this altitude, I get one flat out for a half mile before my hands start shaking. Can I answer your personal question?
No, it's in.
What if I could be honest? I'm a cybernetic organism, living tissue of a metal endoskeleton. This episode is brought to you by FreshBooks. Man, oh man, do a lot of listeners of this podcast and readers of mine love FreshBooks to the extent that I ended up meeting with the CEO not very long ago. Tax is easy, but also, why not test out FreshBooks? And Audible allows me to consume many more books than I possibly could otherwise, do twice in a row. The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman. You can also access books, etc., from world-class, the esoteric, and sometimes the very I can cover. He's a computer scientist, legal polymath. The breadth and depth. Many of you may not recognize his name, but hopefully by the end you'll want to know everything that he puts out and read every essay that he puts on the internet. He is a polymath. The breadth and depth of his interests and knowledge are truly astounding, and I mean jaw-dropping. It's just beyond belief what this guy can cover. He's a computer scientist, legal scholar, and cryptographer, best known for his pioneering research in digital contracts and cryptocurrency. And I've long been fascinated by cryptocurrency, but secretly not really understood anything about it, or certainly the subtleties. And this episode is really a masterclass. We go from the very, very basic all the way up to the cutting edge and what the future holds. Nick, for instance, developed the phrase and concept of smart contracts with the goal of bringing what he calls the highly evolved practices of contract law and practice to the design of electronic commerce protocols between strangers on the internet. Nick also designed BitGold, which many consider the precursor to Bitcoin. This particular conversation is co-hosted by one of my favorite people, Naval Ravikant, a mutual friend and one of the most successful investors in Silicon Valley, who also happens to be one of Nick's biggest admirers. And for those who enjoy Naval here, you may also enjoy his first episode with me from 2015, which was voted on Product Hunt the second best podcast episode of the year across all podcasts, with the exception of my Jamie Foxx episode. So you can listen to that if you like. It's called the Evolutionary Angel episode, tim.blog/Naval. But let's get back to how much we cover with Nick, because it's a lot. And you need not be intimidated. You don't need to be a computer scientist. I am not. You don't need to know anything about currency. I know very little, but we get into the history of money. We talk about Bitcoin, what it is, what cryptocurrencies are, and what problems they solve. We define social scalability. What is that and why is it important? What is Ethereum? What makes it unique? Strengths and weaknesses. We talk about different types of cryptocurrencies. We talk about things called, for instance, altcoin. What the hell is that? We get into it. What are ICOs, initial coin offerings? We talk about who might invest or not invest. And certainly this is not investment advice. It's for informational purposes only. So talk to your financial professional before allocating resources or money anywhere, okay? Cover my ass. Good. How will smart continents? Is there any existential risk? Could governments or regulators shut down something like Bitcoin? What is wet code versus dry code? This is a super, super cool distinction that I really enjoyed. What are Pascal's scams or quantum thought? We dig into all sorts of nooks and crannies, including what Nick might work on in the future. What fields does he want to explore, and so on. So this was, to me, a really, really fun and mind-expanding conversation. You do not need to be technical or an engineer to enjoy it and get a lot out of it, because at the core, we are really looking at how two people who are very, very smart, meaning Nick and Naval, process the world, what lenses they use to view the world, and how that dictates their actions and how they get better results. So if you want more from Nick, and we'll talk about this at the very end of the conversation also, but you have to check out the essays on his blog, which is called Unenumerated. It's unenumerated.blogspot.com. But that can wait for later. And then you will know why many of the thought leaders in Silicon Valley and around the world really pay a lot of attention to Nick. So without further ado, please enjoy this wide-ranging conversation with Nick Szabo. All right, gentlemen, I think the hour has arrived. Welcome back. Thank you. It's good to be back once again. Nick, pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And I'm very excited and also intimidated by the conversation we're about to have. As context for people listening, we're going to delve into some subjects I have an acute interest in, but extreme ignorance of. So I'll let Naval do a lot of the driving. And I figured the place we could start is at the beginning, at least where you guys met. So how did you two first connect?
Yeah, like most of my close relationships these days, I formed them on Twitter. And I think of Twitter as the place where I go to have a great conversation. And I can't have one locally, which seems to be all the time. And the more time that I spend on Twitter, the more I sort of curate this incredible group of very intelligent people that I just get to know purely through the quality of their thoughts. And so I think when I was getting into cryptocurrencies and blockchains, doing my homework on it, I stumbled across a blog called Unenumerated. And maybe Nick can go into what the origins of that word are. But it was obviously written by a polymath, someone who wrote about everything. I got into the blog and then I started following the author, which was Nick on Twitter, retweeted a few of his tweets and got into little bite-sized character conversations. And here we are.
How has that relationship developed? In other words, how are we here today? And you can take a stab at that.
Yeah,
Nick's gonna do plenty of talking, so you have him chime in. But if you wanna lead us to how we ended up here today.
Yeah, I mean, it was just more and more tweeting back and forth, reading Nick's articles. There's one that he put up recently around social scalability, which I thought was literally mind-blowing. Like, I thought I knew a lot about cryptocurrencies, but it really just helped me reframe what I knew in a better mental model. You know how Charlie Munger talks about mental models. So I've actually picked up at least 4 or 5 mental models from Nick, which I think is more than I may have from any human being other than Charlie Munger. I was tweeting out sections of that article. Then somebody said, well, Nick and Naval should do a podcast. And I was like, well, they'd never do a podcast with me. And then Nick said, sure, I'll do it. So here we are.
Nick, could you maybe help us with some definitions? So cryptocurrency, there are a number of other words that are going to come up a lot. And these are words that I feel cryptocurrency, there are a number of other words that are going to come up a lot. And these are words that I feel at many dinner parties in, say, Silicon Valley, people will not ask about because they're afraid they're the only ones at the table who don't actually know how to define it. Since I can't play a part of knowing what I don't know in this case, what is cryptocurrency? And how did you become interested in or start thinking about it?
Cryptocurrency, as the name suggests, is protected by cryptography, and in particular, modern cryptocurrency like Bitcoin and Ethereum, so forth, are protected by their integrity is protected by cryptography, a structure called a Merkle tree that you can think of it as a fly getting trapped in amber. If you say I shot JFK and then put it through this process of the Merkle tree, putting it on the blockchain, then it's there. You can't, and you signed it with your private key, then you can't later deny, oh, I shot, didn't say that. That allows you to like make a statement, you know, I'm paying such and such amount of Bitcoin to somebody else, and then put it there after a few cycles called block times, which take about 10 minutes each. It's exponentially more difficult to deny or take back that this transaction took place.
How did you first begin thinking about these types of constructs? Where did the interest begin?
Well, we had a group called the Cypherpunks back in the 1990s. Tim May, Eric Hughes, John Gilmore, and so forth. And Tim May had, so partly this is political, but Tim May had a vision.
At many dinner parties in, say, Silicon Valley, people will not ask about because they're afraid they're the only ones at the table who don't actually know how to define it. But since I can't play the part of knowing what I don't know in this case, what is cryptocurrency? And how did you become interested in it or start thinking about it?
Cryptocurrency, as the name suggests, is protected by cryptography, and in particular, the modern cryptocurrency like Bitcoin and Ethereum, so forth, are protected by their integrity is protected by cryptography, a structure called a Merkle tree that you can think of it as a fly getting trapped in amber. If you say I shot JFK and then put it through this process of the Merkle tree, putting it on the blockchain, then it's there. You can't, and you've signed it with your private key. Then you can't later deny, oh, didn't say that. That allows you to like make a statement. I'm paying such and such amount of Bitcoin to somebody else, and then put it there after a few cycles called block times, which take about 10 minutes each. It gets exponentially more difficult to deny or take back that this transaction took place.
How did you first begin thinking about these types of constructs or any of this really? Where did the interests begin?
Well, we had a group called the Cypherpunks back in the 1990s. Tim May and Eric Hughes and John Gilmore and so forth. And Tim May had, so partly this is political, that Tim May had a vision of Galt's in cyberspace. So if any of your audience are Ayn Rand fans, they'll recognize the reference to Galt's Gulch as this place you can go to get away from things and do your business without outside interference. In the book, that was like a physics fantasy, but Tim goes, well, we have strong cryptography now, so we can do that. And I thought, well, yes, but you still want to do things like enforce contracts and protect property and so forth. So I started thinking about, and to some extent, some other people started thinking about how to apply computer science to protect your business in cyberspace.
This bleeds into, I did just enough reading to hopefully have questions to ask. I didn't want to read so much that I left out basics, fundamentals for people. Cryptography. If most people think that they hear that word, maybe the exposure they've had is watching a movie that involves an Enigma machine or something like that. But what is cryptography?
The original cryptography is you saw the movie, is keeping secrets. In this case, in that movie, the Nazis failing to keep secrets from the British and Alan Turing. Their cryptography wasn't strong enough. But these days, you have really strong cryptography. So breaking it in that brute force manner, like they broke the Nazi codes, is pretty unlikely these days. There are some other things you can do, like take people's private keys and so forth. The brute force attack doesn't work anymore. I mean, there are some old ciphers where we're starting to work, but as long as you latest stuff like Bitcoin does, then you're fine.
Yeah, I would say it's like basically keeping secrets through mathematics. And there are many breakthroughs in currencies, but one of the key things to understand in cryptography is this concept of one-way encoding, one-way hash functions. Basically, I can take some data, run it through a mathematical transformation, and what comes out of the other side is really hard to undo. It's really hard to work backwards. So it's kind of a one-way thing.
So this is when people send encrypted email through, say, PGP or something.
Yeah.
Is that an example of that?
Yeah, basically what I've done was, in the old days, if I was encrypting something, we would both have the same key, right? And so, or I would have a key that I would take your key, I would encrypt with your key, send it to you. You have the key, you can decrypt with the key. But the problem was, how do I figure out what your key is? How do I figure out how to encrypt it? And because your key can both encrypt and decrypt. So if I had a hold of your key, then I could open the message. Right. So it's very unsafe to transmit that key. And so one of the innovations that came along was this idea of splitting the key into a public key and a private key. So private key is what you hold on to that can decrypt and encrypt stuff. Your public key, on the other hand, other people can encrypt to it for you, but they can't use it to decrypt your stuff.
Write only.
It's a write only. Yeah, it's a one-way kind of thing. So, I mean, this is probably beyond the scope of this discussion, but it's worth digging a little bit into what are called one-way hash functions and public keys and private keys, because they underlie a lot of cryptography. And they seem like complicated concepts, but they're not that complicated. And I would argue this is one of those mental models that you kind of have to figure out to start operating in the modern technological world. But cryptocurrencies essentially use these one-way hash functions to make statements like, I gave Tim $10, right? So if I said, I gave you $10, normally we need a central authority to verify that. The bank has to verify that, and the central bank has to verify it.
Well, this leads to the question of, I'm not going to interrupt beyond this, but why Why create cryptocurrency? Why is it important? What are the benefits?
Yeah, so I mean, one huge benefit is we don't need anymore a trusted third party to verify that transaction. We can do it in the cloud through a distributed network, which is kind of what the cryptocurrency does. Let me talk more about this, but he had a great quote that I think is very relevant, where he said, "This is the dawn of trustworthy computing." Right? Because before this, computers are kind of untrusted. Like if I sent you money from my computer to your computer, we're really relying on Visa and the banks and a bunch of intermediaries to actually say, yes, the money got to you and the money is no longer mine. But computers don't like to operate like that. Computers, computer code, especially stuff that's running in the cloud on its own, shouldn't have to rely on an offline wet space, meat space institution to enforce that kind of thing. So cryptocurrencies take the concept of money and they take it native into computers, where everything is settled with computers and doesn't require external institutions or trusted third parties to validate things.
Just to try to paraphrase that from my own understanding. So in other words, you don't have to say, trust a stranger to do something. You don't have to trust a central authority to be the arbiter of whatever decisions end up being made or implemented. It's built into the technology itself.
Yeah.
Why is cryptocurrency important to you?
So it's important for, I think, the partially political reason to gain more independence of your life from these institutions. And it just creates new capabilities, like somebody new in Guatemala can base somebody in Canada without using an intermediary in New York City or something. That's just greatly advantageous for global commerce, I think.
Yeah, so if I can just dig into that a little bit more.
Definitely dig in. I also, at some point, because this word has plagued me for a few years now, blockchain. I don't know why it's called blockchain.
Actually, that makes the analogy of fly getting trapped in amber is kind of brilliant. Like if you see a fly in amber and it's got a millimeter of amber around it, well, that could have been done yesterday or like a year ago. But if you see the fly is trapped in a huge block of amber, it's been there for a long, long time. It's been accumulating. So a blockchain is a series of blocks. Each block is a series of computations done by computers all over the world using serious cryptography in a way that's very hard to undo. So each block is like another thin layer of amber. And the chain of blocks represents the depth. And therefore, how you can put that on a signal. Anything deep into the blockchain is mathematically, graphically, and just economically impossible to undo.
Got it.
Okay. Actually, I shouldn't use words like impossible in cryptography. It's always improbable.
Improbable. Yeah. What are some other core concepts that people should understand, just as the cryptocurrency 101 or currency 101? I mean, depending on where we want to go with
Yeah,
things.
I even want to start with what is money? Right? Sure. Because we're throwing around the word currency and money, and people talk about gold, the store of value, and Nick actually created BitGold, which was, some would argue, a critical foundational predecessor of Bitcoin. Bitcoin had an additional breakthrough or two that implied that BitGold did not, but BitGold was the giant on whose shoulders Bitcoin stands. And Nick also created both the phrase and the concept and the theory behind smart contracts, which we're now starting to hear about in the context of other cryptocurrencies like Ethereum. But I think we should just, this is a complicated topic that is worth just starting with, like, what is money? If you ask 10 people on the street what money is, you probably get 10 different answers.
Sure.
So I think it's important just to be rigorous about that.
Yeah, and if you ask a lawyer, you'll get an answer that's radically different than if you ask an economist as well. If you ask a lawyer, they'll say something like an official government currency. So of course, Bitcoin and gold, you can't write checks for those because those are not legal official government currencies. So that's the kind of narrow modern legal definition. Economists use the definition of medium of exchange, which is a much broader definition, but that also assumes that the only important transactions are people exchanging things, which in our modern economy is a good assumption. But if you actually go back to the origins of money, which I'd like to study, you find things like inheritance and compensation for injuries as equivalent to a modern lawsuit, but not necessarily with governments and courts, more like wars to enforce the force the verdict. And Bridewell, there's certain fitness critical to Darwinian fitness that other animals can't do that humans can. And that form of, I like to call it collectibles because now I've extended the definition of money far broader than probably any economist would want to. But so I have collectibles. So it's very similar. So the Yurok Indians, for example, use shells to mention things in their arm. They were serious about their shells. They would have tattoo marks on their arm to measure the length of shells, and that told you the denomination, the value of how valuable that shell was, which corresponds to how scarce it was in nature. And they would use these for inheritance, for injury compensation, for bride wealth, and so forth.
Yeah, so it sounds like, so I think that the common theory is that humans have only been using money for a few thousand years, but I think some of the work you've done on origins of money shows that actually it's hundreds of thousand years.
Yeah, you can go back in the archaeological record and it's a puzzle for 100,000 years in our Darwinian world that people lived in. Why people do something so frivolous as, adorn themselves with shell necklaces, yet those are among the most common artifacts, right up there with axes, practical axes that you can use to cut things in the archaeological record.
Yeah, so I mean, on the money thing, like I've also tried to wrap my head around this, and as Nick said, economists would say it's a medium of exchange. As the historical record shows, it's a store of value. So even if you're not exchanging it, you just want to store value. You may not want to store bread or rocks or houses, so you store
Or they be
shells.
practical to
Yeah.
transport.
Exactly. And then it's also a unit of account. So in other words, like you have to denominate prices in something. I'm not going to tell you how many loaves of bread a car costs. So I need to be able to just pick a unit of account to
Don't judge. I only do that occasionally.
So it is all of those things. And I think one of the places where people fall down on cryptocurrencies is they say, well, no one's using Bitcoin to buy anything right now. So it may not be fulfilling the medium of exchange function, but it may be fulfilling a different function like store of value. It might be the Swiss bank account in everyone's pocket or in their mind, or it might be the defense against a Cyprus style bank haircut.
Or it could be the future that is here but not evenly distributed. And
Absolutely.
you can go to Palo Alto to a cafe and buy coffee with Bitcoin.
Yeah, and within my social circle, there is a large group of people who will take Bitcoin as legal tender. Like you can go to them and settle debts in Bitcoin, and they will happily take it.
Yeah, or if you want to buy, say, scientific abstracts or articles from a Russian website, they may only take Bitcoin as well.
And it does seem a little bubbly, which is, you kind of say, well, it's only money because everyone believes it's money. But one definition I really liked of money is the bubble that never pops. So if the tulip bubble had never popped, we'd probably be dealing in tulips today. Now it popped for fairly good reasons, which is tulips make for lousy money. They're hard to store, they're hard to transport, they're hard to subdivide. But cryptocurrencies actually are the exact opposite end of that scale. They are easier to store, easier to transport, easier to subdivide, cheaper in many ways, and more defensible than almost any other form of money or gold commodity.
Now, what makes, since we're talking about money or currency, what makes money valuable? I think this might be interesting to just dig into for a second, because you have, say, at certain points in time, paper pegged to gold, right? And then you're reading today, because it's another word that I've seen a lot. But aside from the car company, I was not sure what fiat really meant. So if we're talking about, I don't even know if they're even around anymore. What distinguishes, say, cryptocurrency, or makes cryptocurrency valuable? Is it the rarity? What are the factors that determine that?
Well, I mean, the scarcity is an essential part of it. If it starts inflating on you, then your share of it goes down. So the scarcity is quite essential to it. Other things are you want it to be easy and secure to store and transport, and Bitcoin has the advantage that you can send to people all over the world and store it on a hardware wallet, which is a fairly secure way to store it. And the most important part of it,
what is a hardware wallet?
So a hardware wallet, so your normal computers are pretty insecure. That's one of the stories of blockchains, is that this distributed system is a lot more secure than an individual computer. So your own computer could have malware, viruses, and so forth. So hardware wallet's a separate piece, like on a USB stick. You plug in, it has its own chip on it. And the Bitcoin, your private key gets stored on that chip rather than on the computer. So
Yeah, there's a zillion ways to store Bitcoin. You could do it on your computer, but then your computer is connected to the internet. It's a security hole. You could put it in an online exchange, but then you're just trusting in an unregulated bank. You can put it in a hardware wallet, which says makes it a dedicated device. You can put it on a piece of paper and stick it in your bank account. Is that cold storage or that's cold storage? Yeah, that's cold storage. This is where I know the words, but not what I mean. This is one of the this is one of the crazy things about this concept because money and speech turn out to be the same thing. Money, information, math, they're the same thing. So in a Bitcoin world, I can literally write down my Bitcoin address and keys on a piece of paper and put in a safety deposit box, and it's basically in cold storage. I could even put it in my head. I can memorize the key phrases, and I could cross borders with $1 billion in memory. So in that, it's a very powerful but mind-bending, literally concept in that sense.
Is this a point where it makes sense to talk about smart contracts, or is that a non sequitur?
No, I think.
Or is there a good bridge?
Yeah, no, I think we should get into it. First, I want to make sure that we understand what blockchains and Bitcoin are, right? It might be worth going into like, what are the key innovations that enabled Bitcoin?
And I will leave you to dictate when this makes sense, or either of you guys, but the article that you sent me about the, I guess, FAT protocol layer.
Right. I'll get that later.
Yeah, okay, we'll get there. That's a little teaser for folks. I'll let you lead it then.
Yeah, so I think it's worth getting into like what is the Bitcoin computer, right? Because there is basically you can abstract and think of Bitcoin as running on a blockchain computer, and maybe Nick can take a stab at defining what it is. Anyway, this is one of those things where I think if you ask 10 different people in cryptocurrencies what Bitcoin is and what a blockchain is and what a blockchain computer is, you'll get 10 different answers.
You know, some people are more qualified than others.
Oh, it's also just it's new. It's hard to figure out. These are very abstract concepts, ideas being turned into code, and they are all. Bitcoin is almost to computers what like quantum mechanics is to physics. It throws a lot of people in the field off.
Well, it's also like quantum physics because you have a lot of well-intentioned like hippies and new agey people who will misappropriate and use it completely incorrectly.
Absolutely.
So not to say there are a lot of new agey hippie people getting into cryptocurrency. There might be, but I think you also have that.
Yeah, it's just layers of understanding. Like I don't know how to write code for a Merkle tree. I don't know how to take apart a Bitcoin block and analyze it. So at some level, I'm still a new agey hippie trying to figure it out. But I think it's worth getting into like what is the blockchain computer and how does it enable Bitcoin?
I guess first of all, before I drop into that, another important concept to the architecture that hasn't been mentioned yet is replication. So there's thousands of copies of these things running on what are called full nodes all over the world.
And those are servers.
Right. So they're servers. They can be laptops or larger machines, but there are thousands of them running all over the world. So anybody who has a copy of this their machine can do a full validation for itself. And it's kind of the most secure way to run a cryptocurrency.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but basically what's going on is if I give Tim $10 and then Tim gives Nick those $10, the way we keep track of it is through a piece of paper, or in the old days with the Euro Indians, it would be a shell of a certain measurement. But now with Bitcoin, there's a ledger. We basically just keep track in a ledger entry that Naval moved this $10 to Tim. Tim moved the $10 to Nick. Now, the problem is who maintains the sanctity of that ledger? Can you just forge that ledger? So historically, the central bank wouldn't maintain the sanctity of the ledger, or the fact that you have a certain dollar bill with a serial number and it maintains the sanctity of the ledger. But now, Bitcoin has the craziest answer you can imagine, but it turns out to work, which is everybody has a copy of the ledger. So everyone in the Bitcoin network who's running a node keeps a copy of the ledgers from the dawn of Bitcoin till now. And it is a testament to the computing power and memory that we have available in our computers that people can do this at home. You can run a full Bitcoin node where you keep a copy of every single Bitcoin transaction from the dawn of time till now. And all these computers running together essentially validate with each other, like, are our ledgers the same? Are we using the same ledger? Whose ledger is correct in case there's a disagreement? And that's where kind of all the blockchain comes in, doing all this cryptography.
And then another thing that's replicated, besides the data and the integrity cryptography we talked about, is code, computer programs. And kind of the second definition of smart contracts, we'll get into the first definition later, but the second definition is simply describing this code that's replicated, that's running on all these nodes. And that code can do things like enforce on Bitcoin. It can do some fairly simple things that add some sophistication, or like require multiple signatures to do a spend, for example. So like
you can think of signature authority in an office where multiple people have to sign off on something. You can set up your Bitcoin to do that using one of these smart contracts, one of these pieces of code replicated.
I might be taking us back or taking us ahead, or neither.
Wandering through the blockchains.
Smart contract, in essence, are you taking what would rely on human beings and embedding it into the technology so that you don't have to rely on a standard set of ethics, a reliable set of behavior? Is that a smart contract?
Yeah, so to some extent, there's some areas of contracts, some kinds of contractual clauses, usually but not always associated with the financial aspects of the contract. They're really logically structured, and you can code that into the computer, put it on the blockchain, and then it runs with really high integrity. And that means that somebody in Albania can do a smart contract with somebody in Zimbabwe, and to the extent that they can formalize their deal mathematically through this logic code, they don't have to rely on the Albanian authorities or the Zimbabwe authorities. They can just do business directly.
And you had a great term for this. This is getting into the dry versus wet code, right? So dry being computer-based, wet being potentially the legalese in the head of a lawyer in Albania, and the legalese in the head of a lawyer in Zimbabwe, which is going to be a whole just slew of mess potentially.
Right. So I like to think all that legalese you see in a contract as a program that runs on the brains of a lawyer. It doesn't usually run on brains of normal people.
This is gonna. I'm trying to take us too far afield of what we're talking about. How did you become so interested in contracts?
So it's part of, I guess, libertarian ideology, but it's also part. I went to law school, and it's also part of Law School 101. That property and contract law are the kind of two fundamental building blocks of our commercial society. So I was interested in how do you enforce those in cyberspace.
I don't meet many people. I meet people who have, say, JD MBA or JD PhD. I don't meet many people who have JD and computer science degree.
And libertarian on top of that.
And libertarian on top of that. Although I have heard there are some libertarians running around the Bay Area.
Yeah. JD.
Apparently I'm a libertarian, I've been told.
Relatively to the average person in Silicon Valley.
Well, I live in San Francisco, known guns, and they're like, "You're a libertarian." I'm like, "Is that it? Really? Is that easy?" I got my card. Okay. How did you end up doing both of those degrees? I haven't run into that before.
The law degree is in large part based on smart contracts and wanting to do a reality check of the stuff I thought of as a computer scientist.
I see. So the computer science came first.
Yeah.
And then the JD was.
Right. Went to study the wet code. Then.
Now that I know how a computer works, let me go look at an abacus and see what that's like. Okay. Very cool.
Yeah. So I think some of this is smart contracts, which, by the way, as I said earlier, Nick created not just the concept, but the theory behind it. Smart contracts are essentially taking that wet code, converting it to dry code, and then putting it inside blockchain so it's immutable. After a while, that it becomes a fly trapped in amber. If we made an agreement, and the simplest smart contract, by the way, is just I gave you money and you got the money. That's a very, very simple contract that got fulfilled. So, but you put much more complex.
So a contract is promise and fulfillment of promise. Or is there an easier way to think about it? Because when I think contract, I think of all these clauses, all right, termination, arbitration, term, etc. I think of all these because I look at way too many contracts.
Now, so you can think of the primordial granddaddy of all smart contracts as the vending machine. So a vending machine, in contract law terms, it verifies a performance. You put in your quarter, and it verifies you put in the quarter through its mechanical. I'm talking about old-fashioned vending machines. It has logic in that says, okay, you put in a quarter, the soda costs a dime, so I'm going to give you a dime and a nickel back, and the soda you selected. So you can think of writing this in a contract tediously, that if the party of the first puts in a quarter, the party of the second will give them back. But of course, you want to do this in a machine, right?
Yeah.
So
don't give the lawyers any ideas.
It's verifying a performance on the one hand. It's observing that somebody did their payment or their other performance of a contractual deal, and then on the other hand, it's automating a performance. It's dispensing the goods. So those are kind of the two basic things smart contracts can do. They verify somebody's performance, and they automate performance. is. Now, the third thing is if you have, and then there's a bunch of stuff that's inherently wet. Most of the stuff that you can code into smart contracts as those two kinds of things are like payments and various financial conditions. You can do a lot of financial stuff like options and collateralized loans and so forth, futures. But for things that are inherently wet that nobody's figured out how to have the computer verify or automate the performance yet, you can, invoke an arbitrator signature structure like multisig to have humans approve certain steps.
And what would be an example of where you or someone else might want multisigs in that universe?
If you're doing something with an escrow, for example, that you have the person or persons responsible for the collateral verifying that the contract was performed, then they can free up the collateral.
Got it. So if you wanted to buy a house but had to do inspections, you wanted to use Bitcoin,
right?
Yeah, it'd be a good situation.
Yeah, and there are things you can do now with smart contracts, which you call on-chain, where you can have all the money and the collateral and the escrow and the data as close to computerized as possible. So the stuff that people are starting to do with smart contracts now is pretty mind-blowing.
Can we talk about the article you sent me? I know it seems like it might not be the right. It was very helpful to me.
Sure.
So do you want to dig in?
Yeah. So there's this concept of what Bitcoin and Ethereum and these other cryptocurrencies are doing is they're the new protocols. And what is a protocol? A protocol is kind of like I'm going to get trapped in definition, but a protocol is sort of how computers, it's a standard for how computers exchange information. So for example, you and I speaking the English language is a form of protocol, but then also like
HTTP.
Yeah, I'm supposed to pause every 5 seconds and then you're supposed to get a chance to speak. That's part of the protocol. We say hello to each other as a greeting. That's part of the protocol.
So we have verbal packets like TCP.
Yeah, exactly.
And also another protocol.
Yeah, and then the internet, these protocols are TCP/IP, HTTP, SMTP. Every time your email gets sent from one server to another, it's using the SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. And these protocols power the internet. And the assumption that was made in the early days of the internet was that, well, bandwidth is cheap, servers are cheap, hardware is cheap, so it's free. If I want to send you a packet, it's free. If you want to receive the packet, it's free. It doesn't cost anything. But those assumptions are breaking down. We have denial of service attacks, which is basically your computer demands resource from my computer that I'm saying no, but you're asking so many times for free that it just overwhelms me. Spam is another example. I can send you a zillion emails at hardly any cost, but it costs you a lot of attention. So these free protocols are becoming poor assumptions. The worst place for a poor assumption on a protocol is a protocol for exchanging money. If I say, Tim, I want to give you $10, that has to be scarce in some way. It can't be a free transaction, right? Because this money is exchanging hands. So we need a concept of protocols that underlie scarce resources, that allocate scarce resources. And what's going on is cryptocurrencies and blockchains are creating these what are now being called fact protocols. And we will put an article in the show notes about this. But fact protocols are protocols that actually exchange scarce value, and they keep data in the protocol. They maintain data.
That's the key piece, right? Or in a way.
Yeah, there's two key pieces. One is scarcity, which is regulated by a token. So in the Bitcoin protocol, the scarce piece is the Bitcoin itself. And the protocol is about the exchange of money, and the token is Bitcoin. And then there's data that you can put in the blockchain. Like I could, for example, take an article that I wrote, I could hash it, one-way crypto hash, put it in the blockchain, prove that it came from me, and then it gets trapped in the amber, again, like the fly, and no one can undo it later, and it's secured by the value of the blockchain. So these new protocols, these fact protocols, are very different. They're going to enable a new kind of internet that we did not have before. That's the thesis of kind of the fact protocol argument.
Just for people listening who, like me, were trying to find their way through the darkness with a lot of this stuff. When I read that piece, which is on the Union Square Ventures website, hi Frank guys, I'm blanking on the name of the author. It was very good.
Joel Montenegro.
There we go. Yeah. And the before and after example that was given, or one of them was, you have these thin protocols, HTTP, etc. And then you have these services built on top of them that become silos of information, whether that's Facebook, Google, whatever it might be. And then they develop their own means of authentication and so on. So you have these captive stores of information. You have security risks. on top of that. So now perhaps you're doing your banking through a web server. And conversely, when you then have the, I hate to use this word, but sort of the democratized data that is built into the protocol itself, say in the case of Bitcoin, where now you have all these nodes that have, for the purposes of illustration, every transaction start to finish. It's more secure, you're less captive, and it conforms to the libertarian slash Ayn Rand ideals that we were talking about earlier. And the illustration that was given that I thought was fascinating and may or may not hold true for decades, but was that you have protocols that they're necessary but not valuable, right? They're available, they're like a utility to the public. And then you have these billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar companies built on top of it, Facebook, Google, etc. Then you have, conversely, Bitcoin, which has a market cap of X, I don't know what it is, 5 billion today. Okay. And then the companies built on top of it are initially small, but in the tens or hundreds of millions at most, right? So it's a complete flip in terms of.
Yeah, the value is getting captured by the FAT protocol. Yeah, I do recommend this article. It's actually Joel Monegro. I got his last name wrong, but he wrote a brilliant piece on this. But the thesis is that because these protocols are storing your identity and data in the protocol itself, the applications don't capture you as much. You're not stuck in the applications, and the value is captured by the tokens in the protocol.
Does that mean, this is just putting on the investor hat for a second, that people are going to be incentivized to just create more and more different types of cryptocurrency and then reserve to try to capture that?
That's exactly what's happening. So I wrote a post on this called the Bitcoin model for crowdfunding. This is a couple of years back, and I thought these things called AppCoin would show up. But for every application, rather than going and raising VC money, you just attach a token to it, you crowdfund it. And that's kind of what's happening now with what they call ICOs, initial coin offerings. And there's been hundreds and hundreds of these, and it's a little bubbly. In fact, it's very bubbly. A lot of them are getting bit up out of control. Some of it comes from the fact that a few of these protocols do need their own token. They can't use Bitcoin, but most of the times it's really just the developers having an incentive to create a token bolted on and trying to capture the value. But it's an interesting model for funding open source software and protocols that didn't really exist before.
Are bubbles a bad thing? And this is something I've also been reading about that I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, but in many people's minds, bubbles are a bad thing. I read a counter argument for the first time today, which was, after bursts, then you have out of the money investors who are incentivized in regaining the value of what has declined by creating services and applications that are now these sort of thin applications, which then preserves the sort of long-term viability of X, whatever that might be, which I hadn't really considered before.
Well, there is a sense in which many bubbles are unavoidable because the future is a genuinely uncertain place.
Yeah, especially these are reflexive industries where the notion of reflexivity is that my prediction alone changes the potential outcome. The extreme example is like a prediction market predicting the death of somebody. If there's enough money on that, it turns into an assassination market. Bubbles are inherently, I think, just a part of any system that involves network effects. If I think, and money is the ultimate network effect, I accept US dollars as money because you accept US dollars as money, and so on. We all believe that. If we all believe tomorrow that tulips are valuable again, we'd be trading in tulips.
Right.
So if I believe that you're going to accept this as money, then I want to put more money in and you want to put more money in. The network effect sort of creates a bubble. And as Nick said, the future's in an uncertain place. So sometimes we'll be wrong and we'll have to step back. There'll be a little bit of a releasing of that energy. I read something a couple of years back that showed that as the stock market is becoming more efficient, it's actually becoming more volatile. It's not becoming less volatile, it's becoming more volatile, because it's reacting faster and faster to information changes.
It's like the story of Blackfield. You can look at long-term capital management where there are all sorts of high-frequency trading. So you have not only humans, right, who are increasingly interconnected, but you also have computers.
Right. Now there's a big train derailment in China that causes a political change that causes the futures market in China to shift, that causes the US stock market to go down, right? Computers are getting better and better at absorbing that information, extrapolating out the consequences. And so the markets are becoming more and more volatile. So over time, we should see bubbles form faster, more quickly, and I think they'll fall into a power law distribution. Like there'll be ones that'll be really large, there'll be ones that'll be really small, but this idea that the future is going to be very smooth and linear and predictable is a human illusion.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption. Nick, what are the biggest misconceptions or common misunderstandings related to cryptocurrency or Bitcoin? Or like, what do smart people get wrong? If there's anything where you're like, God, this like X drives me nuts. If I hear one more person who should know better.
Well, we could get into the whole block size issue because there's this parameter. We shouldn't, but I probably will talk about it a little bit. There's this, it's a technical security parameter. It's called the block size. How the general public glommed onto this, I do not know, but there's an obsessive group of people who think of this as some kind of artificial barrier to more transactions per second on Bitcoin. Really, its job is it's a fence preventing people from overwhelming, flooding the network with lots of transactions that the full nodes I talked about can't handle. That transaction history keeps building and building.
Yeah, at a very simple level, if every computer is throwing a copy of every transaction, then you can't have an infinite number of transactions because the computer will explode. And so what you do is if you keep increasing the number of transactions too quickly, then you only allow a smaller and smaller shrinking set of computers to run the code, which reduces who's actually in charge of the security. Before you might have had 1 million computers, then you're down to 100,000 big computers, then there's only a few thousand large players, then eventually down to 5 people who can store the entire history, and then you're basically back to central banks.
Right.
So the debate is, should we keep allowing more and more transactions? Because what if everyone wants to buy a Starbucks using their Bitcoin? Or should we only limit it to very high value transactions and instead preserve the diversity of people who can run the code?
Yeah, I mean, this shouldn't even be a public debate. It's like the public debating and voting on the graphite reactor setting or graphite thing settings that prevent a nuclear reactor from overheating and melting down.
Right, let them debate the bike shed.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain things you should let the engineers decide, and this is one of them. And for some reason, there's just a whole group of people who want to pull out those graphite modern rods and have it going full steam.
Yeah, one of the problems with the Bitcoin is that because a lot of people hold a little bit of Bitcoin, everyone has a financial incentive and they're all talking their own book and they get really emotional about it. Nick had this great tweet that I liked, said, best way to destroy your investment in Bitcoin is to gather an internet mob to go and redesign Bitcoin.
Right.
And that's a little bit of what's happening right now.
Well, you were saying, before we started recording, that a lot of you've never seen so many scientists be uncivil towards one another.
Yeah, I think the worst Twitter is Trump Twitter, where everyone's getting outraged over politics all the time. But the second worst Twitter right now is blockchain Twitter, where you'll have PhDs from Cornell and University of Maryland, all kinds of credential places, literally calling each other horrific names online, casting aspersions on other people's moral character, calling them trolls, dragging them through the mud, and they each have their little local tribal mob behind them over things like the block size debate, which, as Nick says, it's like changing the parameter settings in a nuclear reactor.
Well, it's I mean, it makes me think of there are a bunch of sort of expressions that jump to mind. You're saying you're talking their own book. So the uninformed has to be very careful about asking a barber if they need a haircut. Right? You need to know what the incentives are. Exactly. And I'm sure people have heard the expression. It's not very flattering, but a man is as loyal as his options. It might be, a scientist or someone who is otherwise civil is as civil as their incentives, right?
Yes.
To have enough to gain or lose.
Yeah, incentives are everything. It's like Charlie Munger says, if you can be working in incentives, don't work on anything else. And it's, going back to Bitcoin, the Bitcoin design for a second, Bitcoin is brilliantly designed because of the underlying game theory incentives.
Yeah, can we talk just for a second about what is Bitcoin? So we talked about cryptocurrency. What made Bitcoin and what makes Bitcoin unique? If we could maybe talk about that.
You can think of it in a couple layers. The most important fundamental layer is a computer science layer where we prove that it would take 51% of the computational power, the hash rate, to attack this thing and do things like double spend.
Basically changing that ledger, right? So
Yeah.
It's like you can't change the ledger. The beauty is the fly and amber analogy is a great one because once you and I have done a transaction, the network has agreed on the transaction, going back and doing it is nearly impossible. But while that amber is being laid down, there can still be some mischief. And so one of the big misconceptions of Bitcoin is that, well, if 51% of the computers in the network, which are run by people called miners, they're called miners, this is the old analogy of digging for gold, so they're digging for Bitcoin. But really what they're doing is they're laying down that amber. If 51% of these people collude, then does that mean they can go back and change the ledger? No, they can't change the existing ledger, but they can cause mischief with the current transaction or the current layer that's being laid down. It's one of the big misconceptions. So sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so that's one of the computer science limitations of it. And the other one is doing software upgrades. Software upgrades kind of change the rules even more so.
Yeah.
And so those two things end up getting, especially the software upgrades, end up getting very politicized.
Yeah, Bitcoin fundamentally, what's going on? It's Nick first created BitGold, right? Do you want to talk about what the innovation of BitGold was, or how the BitGold system worked, and then we can layer on Bitcoin?
Sure. BitGold was inspired by kind of this origins of money research and how do I, and also there was an era called private banking, where you could take your banknote and go up to a bank window and get gold. And the paper money we have today looks very much like these banknotes did. Thing I call authority resemblance, or sort of faking and pretending that this is still really valuable stuff. The illusion works apparently for the most part, but they used to work very differently. You used to be able to go up to a window and get actual gold for your paper.
Yeah, now it's just tulips. It's just green fleck tulips.
You know, it's dead now. It's just the paper itself. You got to just trust the paper itself in the Federal Reserve. But in any case, I was inspired by what
Which is a fiat currency. I never actually right. Fiat currency is just a paper that's backed by nothing. So before it was shells, then we went to gold, then we went to gold-backed paper, and now we're down to just paper.
Okay. Creating that banknote itself is easy enough to do. That's basically what PayPal and DigiCash with David Chow and stuff are doing. That trust-based paper note that was issued by some central authority. But I became dissatisfied with that because at the end of the day, you want to go to that window and get something else that's more what I call trust minimized. So gold is valuable all over the world. If you go back to these more primitive tribes, the gold and the shells and so forth, you know, you could pay them to the next tribe over. All your neighbors would accept them as well. They wouldn't accept your IOU because you know you're not going to trust people you could go war with tomorrow, but they would accept the shells or the copper beads or the gold beads. The first gold artifact, by the way, is a bead. The first copper artifact was apparently the most important earliest uses of metal, not knives or weapons or tools or so forth. In any case, so I was looking for this trust minimizing, like how to do this in cyberspace. Since I read stuff, I know it's not just some magical property of gold that makes it valuable and other things aren't, or something, or some intrinsic, you know, it started off, you can use it in electrical circuits or so forth. No, there's something about what I call the unforgeable costliness of it, the scarcity of it, the naturally trust minimized scarcity of it. You don't have to trust somebody to keep it scarce. I tried to recreate this in cyberspace using proof of work on Hashcash. And so basically the BitGold design did that, and then it used a replication technique, which had originally been developed.
That I apologize to backtrack with the proof of work. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so proof of work is a mathematical puzzle, a computation that the computer does that says, okay, you have to solve this, and we know from computer science it takes so long to solve. But we also know from computer science that it's a kind of a problem that you can improve the hardware, which is why everybody designs specialized hardware for it now, because unlike normal cryptography, that's not even unlike normal cryptography in that way, but it's something that you can do a lot faster if you have hardware.
Proof of work is basically you have people here who are basically laying down a layer of amber on the fly, right? And so they have to basically commit resources to do it. It has to be costly to do that. You need scarcity in the system, right? So the scarcity is created by the costliness of the computing power that you throw at it. So basically, the more computer power you want to throw at the Bitcoin network, the more seriously the Bitcoin network takes your vote. Power is dedicated to the Bitcoin network. It's not, off surfing the internet or doing something else. So you have to commit it to doing work just for the Bitcoin network. And the proof proof is through mathematical functions. So you basically have puzzles to solve. The Bitcoin network, the algorithms give the computers puzzles to solve. If the computers solve the puzzles, they can prove that yes, I put economic value, time, heat, power, computation into solving this problem. So now I get a vote on what the ledger looks like, and I get a chance to be paid in coin. So this is what the miners do. The miners do the work to secure the network using computers. They provide that proof to the network. The network pays them in new coins that it's minting.
Got it.
Anyway, so Satoshi had an innovation where he uses proof of work as part of the security.
For people who don't know, who is Satoshi? Who that name?
Well, it's some unknown character out there that has disappeared. Yeah, or group. Yeah.
Yeah, whoever created Bitcoin, obviously built on Nick's work, built on Hal Finney's work. Way there were a couple of great computer scientists who did this work, but whoever actually built the working implementation, because I think Nick, you had the theory of Bitcoin. You're not a serious enough programmer to create Bitcoin.
Well, I'm a serious programmer, but I was didn't get around to programming Bitcoin. So yeah, it was a design.
And so whoever created Bitcoin, probably a group, because it looks like a very sophisticated effort, did it pseudonymously or anonymously. And the name that they used was Satoshi Nakamoto.
Bitgold was designed on the theory to use this proof of work as a what I call unforgeable costliness, or to constrain supply curves. It's scarce. And Satoshi's big innovation was let me backtrack and describe a little more Bitgold. So there's a protocol designed to keep airplanes from crashing, because you don't want your computer to go crash an airplane and cause the airplane to crash, right? You want your computer to be able to crash an airplane, that the airliner itself going down. So what you need is to distribute this around. So you have several chips all around the airplane, and then they talk to each other. And then if they get contradictory information, they do what you might call voting. They'll take the majority and consider that to be the correct one. And that turns out to be, they mathematically prove that this was the optimal model given those assumptions, that how many chips there are and so forth. And this is called Byzantine consensus. So I took that and used it for this replication business, to replicate the data around, the ledger around, with a Merkle tree for the transaction history and so forth. What Satoshi did was a really big innovation, besides, of course, actually making software people could use, which I never did. He used the proof of work and security. So on the internet, you can't count your chips securely. You don't know, I have a chip in the tail and a chip in the wing and so forth. There's a sock puppet problem. One person can pretend to be 100, and one computer can pretend to be 100. Satoshi based it on proof of work, based the security, that voting, like if the preponderance of the hash rate tells me that the transaction history has been updated in such and such a way, then that's it. And again, that's good up to 51%. That's where the 51% attack comes from.
Basically, one computation, one vote is the way to think about it.
Got it.
And actually, one of the problems that people have with the Bitcoin network is design. So basically, Bitcoin, you have all these computers around the world that are joining together to create this shared blockchain computer. They get votes in proportion to how much CPU power they're allocating. They vote on what the valid transactions are that then go into this ledger and get sealed in the amber of the blockchain. And the whole system kind of works. But a naive person looking from the outside, as you said, like the hippies coming into blockchains, one of their first objections is, you're wasting all this computer power, you're wasting all this energy, you're wasting all this network resources, because they're constantly chatting with each other on the network. These computers are broadcasting packets to each other all the time, and they just say it's wasteful. And I think that was an argument that a lot of people make, and even I kind of fell for that one, where I was like, okay, eventually someone will come up with a better solution than proof of work and go to proof of stake or a few other kind of ideas that have been thrown around. And then Nick just recently wrote this brilliant piece on social scalability. And you got a doctorate recently, an honorary doctorate?
I got the Universidad Francisco Marroquin.
Yeah.
In Guatemala.
What is your doctorate in?
It's in social sciences and also an honorary professorship as well. So yeah, it's great. It's a very long.
You're the only social scientist that can talk at this level.
Well, that's the kind of honorary doctorate they give. Yeah. But yeah, it's luminary. So yeah, I'm very honored to have that.
Yeah, they cited your social scalability article. And so the social scalability argument, I thought, is a really powerful one. I don't know if you want to summarize that for listeners.
Sure. So the basic idea is that if you look at a graph
basically flat, the same IQs we had, except for there's a small thing called the Flynn effect. 100,000 years ago, our brains were roughly the same size they are today. And computers, on the other hand, have been, doubling every few years their capabilities in various ways, their memory, their CPU power, and so forth. And you can think of this in the future and get into all sorts of speculation about the future. But what I like to think of it as, we have this whole surplus we've built up of resources.
We're still doing things institutionally with armies of bureaucrats, very similar to what we're doing, when computers were, a thousandth of the power they are now, or a millionth of the power they are now.
Yeah, or they're doing the Mongol Empire.
Yeah. So in any case, can we do some substitutions? Can we take advantage of this great surplus? So computer scientists and engineers are normally trained to optimize the machine, make the machine itself really efficient. What I'm saying is that you can think the other way. Are there ways to make the machine a lot less efficient and give you some greater capability, such as, for example, the ability of somebody in Albania to pay somebody in Zimbabwe without going through a